Force a smile on my face before I start my drive. Sorry, wrong version. Let's try to find the right one. Ooh. That's my what do you call that? Reference track. Got another joint. Did I just call it vibing? Let's see. Oh, that might be it. That might be it. Let's try this one. I think that's the one.
Force a smile on my face before I start my drive. And I work and they pay me whatever they pay. I don't feel alive. Yeah. It's my dream to be at one with peace, just driving. You and me complete that dream of us just vibing. Vibing, vibing. I'd rather be free, just vibing, vibing. Vibing, vibing. I'd rather be free. Vibing, ooh, vibing, oh yeah. I'd rather be free, just vibing, vibing. Ooh, I'd rather be free, just vibing.
Moment of silence and just recognition of Mother Khadijah, who passed away. This is the wife of Minister Farrakhan. A man they have tried to suppress his voice over the years. Not saying he's perfect, but he did try to warn us about these Zionists, and nobody would listen because they were saying he was being anti-Semitic. Fast forward, and everybody has a problem with the Zionists now. Everyone has a problem with the United States putting so much priority in Israel before America. This effing guy, what's good? We got to talk about it, man. We got to talk about it all. So they stormed the White House? They said the Proud Boys stormed the White House. Well, at least somebody's doing something. Somebody did. Let's find out what was their cause first. Were they there for a reason? Was they there to protest? I might not be against this. Hold on. Let's see what we got. March on the Capitol 2026. And on July 4th. These boys wasn't playing. On Saturday, July 4th, 2026, approximately 400 mass members of the white nationalist group Patriot Front marched through Washington, D.C. near the U.S. Capitol and Union Station. The demonstration coincided with the nation's 250th birthday celebrations. The group, dressed in matching navy shirts, khaki pants, and face coverings, carrying Confederate and upside-down U.S. flags while chanting "Reclaim America." According to the Metropolitan Police, no arrests were made or confronted. Why would arrests be made? Why would you arrest them? I don't understand. Is it first of all, I don't understand why they would be arrested. They didn't hurt anyone. They're exercising what I think would be their right. You know what I think? I think people get so triggered by things. This is why I had to open up my show to like other people, like other minds, because a lot of times, and this is my goddamn show, so I'm gonna say what I want. A lot of times, I feel black people are so worried about everybody else, and then they don't. You get your own shit together. That's why I'm always on your ass, black people. I got to do it for you. You know why I got to do it for you? And then you say, "Oh, you ain't really black, man. You ain't." No. You don't want to hear from me, and you don't want to hear from white people. So who gonna tell you get your shit together? You just want to live in an echo chamber where it's like, yo, fuck the white man. This was your land first. All right, bro. Listen. Are we gonna do something? Right? And I'm not talking about against fucking other white people either. The fuck they got to do with what I got going on. Right? So we either do something about two things. One, our own situation and our culture. And two, let the government know we serious. And that don't mean a threat. Right? That could mean many different things. But by serious, it could also mean getting your own shit together, not falling for their tricks and scams. How do I know that this wasn't a another psyop. Right? I'm not easily triggered nowadays. I'm not easily triggered. How many psyops? I mean, how many times you gonna fall for the same bullshit trick? There's only so many times we could, and that they're good for that. I've pointed that out over the years. You know, my show been here since 2020, and this is where the channel being taken already. So I moved. My channel got taken at 5,000. Then I had to take the time to build the shit back up. You know how hard it is building the channel up, kicking the truth. I came in the door talking about Jews. I kicked that bitch open talking about Jews. Bow, here's the history. Them motherfuckers ain't even Jewish. Sorry, YouTube was like, oh no, stop him. Cut him off. Cut his mic off. You know how hard it is? Everybody I started with is at 50,000. I've been talking about all these things. It's going up, you know, fighting an uphill battle. But we getting there with the help of you. With the help of you guys. So I was already talking about MK Ultra before MK Ultra hearing. I didn't need their theatrics. Oh, we're gonna have a hearing. Yeah, you're always gonna declassify something and have a hearing and then say absolutely nothing. That's what's gonna happen, right? So you had a hearing about information that was already in a book I had called Chaos. I already had the book. Thank you very much. No thanks to you. So I guess since everything came out, it was kind of like, oh, I guess we need a hearing to address these things that is already out there. Yeah, how about that? You know why? Because the social media people are winning. The true people who are not doing this just solely for money. Don't get me wrong. People are getting paid doing this, and I just started getting a few pennies. So I've been up here almost 6 years now, and just last month started getting a decent check. And it wasn't a decent check for talking about anything intellectual or mentally pleasing to my standards. I was talking about nigga shit. Yeah. I'm relegated to talking about nigga shit just to get a few pennies, but you best and believe I'm a cloak and dagger this bitch, and I'm a sneak in and talk have some intellectual conversation. Every once in a while, I like to do some ratchet shit with my hood rat friends, yeah, but not every day. Come on now. We have to talk about the things that matter. We have to. And that doesn't mean in silos. You have to be able to look at a thing from a distance. And by that I mean this. So you see the boys marching on the United States, on the Capitol. And you're a black man. And you right away you get triggered. These white motherfuckers. Wait a minute. What are you upset? What are you upset about? Do you know why they was even marching? What are you upset about? Nah, these racist motherfuckers. Yo, chill out, man. Chill out. Read the article, man. God. Did they say they was there to kick you back to Africa? Was they chanting that? I doubt it before I even read it, but I just doubt it. I'll read it, but I just doubt it. At least they did something. Let's get over here and see what this is all about now. The demonstration coincided with the nation's 250th birthday celebration. The group dressed in matching navy shirts, khaki pants, face coverings. I want to read. Who do I want to read first? New York Times, you might be. You know what? Thanks to Operation Mockingbird, I really don't care for none of these. The top three media platforms up here is Politico. I've caught them lying before. New York Times. And Reuters. Reuters, I caught you lying before. And it's sad that that's where we're at, where I don't have a go-to media, because all you guys have a price. And at any given time, you may embellish the truth on this or that. But today I'll go with the New York Times. Why not? Why not? I see everybody in the chat. Give me a second. I'm glad you guys are in the building on Sunday. You've given me your time this Sunday, and I appreciate you. Just give me a time. I'll read your comments. Leave your comments. I might have to open up the phone lines, bro. Right? Because we have some serious conversations to talk about. There's a rise in turbo cancers, and they're act like, what are we talking about? And there's a rise in turbo cancer, and they're just now getting to the fact that we were lied to about the I don't even want to say it, right? Because they'll kick you out. But you know what we were lied about. Let's call it the solution. Now, all of a sudden, they're finding all these discrepancies with the solution. Yo, bro, we've been saying this. We've been saying, nah. The time it takes to do proper quality assurance, you did not take the time to do that. So why would you mandate something that you have not even checked the thorough efficacy, and then you say loud and proud you need to trust the science? Trust the science. Trust these two. Let me dust these joints off. Trust these two, bitch. Trust these two. I need to trust the what? Senator. When you question me, you question the science. Yeah, and it turns out a good thing I did, because you was lying through your mouth. You was lying through your teeth. Every step of the way. Good thing I did question you in the science. Oh, this is infuriating. People, because we this is not olden times where we can meet up at the square. They're trying desperately to censor every platform that we use. This is why I use my live sporadically, and I only use it to talk intellectual things on this live, right? I have two lives. If I'm doing live StreamYard, if you see me on StreamYard, I'm talking nigga business. Don't even come over there. It's not worth your brain cells. It's not. I'm telling you right now. But if you see me on this vertical, and I got that screen underneath me, tapping with your boy. Tapping with me, because I'm here to talk. So what I want to look at today, if I could find it, I'm shooting off the hip today. When I say the turbo cancers are up, I'm not even going off data. I'm not concrete surveyed data. I'm going off of the amount of people around me who are starting to die from turbo cancers. I'm just moving off that alone. And I say something has to be there. Something has to be there. So I want to talk about the march on Washington. I want to talk about the turbo cancers. The weather is volatile. Is just all over the place. And I'm going to be very honest. I don't think that a lot of this is, some of it could be by just natural causes. But I remember doing a show on HAARP, and when I studied HAARP, I remember learning that they didn't create the HAARP program to control the weather. That's at least not from my perspective. That's not what happened. It's just that they learned that some of the technology they had under this program could affect the weather, and that's two different things. However, these human beings, you should realize, they put pressure on opportunities. So shortly after that, I realized that they were selling the technology to other companies, and it was it was being white labeled with certain companies to use on, like, they'd say, oh, you could sell this. These companies use it on their businesses to make it rain in places where it's hard to rain and all this other stuff. Yeah, I hear you. However, I don't trust the government with good reason. How many times must I learn my lesson? I'd be a fool to fully trust you, right? You've lied about almost every last thing, and things keep coming out. You just had an MK Ultra hearing. You've lied about this program for years, and you did your best. I always screw up his last name, but Sidney Gitlip? Gitlap? Is that what it's called? We'll get his name correct. His first name is Sidney, Dr. Sidney. He went out his way to cover his tracks so that no one ever really seen what the program was about, but it was funded. And then when people found out about it, and you know what's sad? I found out about that program through this guy right here. He's an American hero. His name is William Cooper. He's dead now. Many believe that some branch of government has murdered him. But that's conspiracy talk. Believe what you want to believe. Right? This book here, before you even ask, what book is that? It's called Behold the Pale Horse. The first person to tell me to read this book was a artist by the name of Coolio. Gangsta's Paradise. I was a young man, close to 20. I was a host on some type of show downtown. He was blabbing on about how Will Smith told him to read a book, and I got to read this book. Really? He said, yeah, it's called Behold the Pale Horse. Oh, I went to go get the book, and it blew my mind. And I've never been back since. That opened up Pandora's box. So when Jesse Ventura went to the site, the FEMA site, and he's seen these coffins that could fit 3 bodies at a time, but he's seen like thousands of them. I had already studied that prior, like maybe 10 years before. No kidding. Not even kidding. I had already knew about those coffins. I was just glad that somebody else was speaking out with a voice. But he eventually folded. They all eventually piped down. Because, to be honest with you, black people think they're doing something with these gangs. You're not doing anything. If you really want to utilize your gangs, you'll get out there and do what the Proud Boys are doing. You understand? Knock it off. You're killing yourself. They're not killing themselves. Oh, you hate to hear this shit this morning. I know I'm not going to get too many amens off that, brothers and sisters. I know. I guarantee you, if you look into the lives of some of these Proud Boys, they just regular people working regular fucking jobs, got a wife, kids, young people, believe in the sanctity, is that the word? Of marriage. Sanctification of marriage. I believe in that. I believe a man ought to be sticking it in the right hole. That don't mean I believe in going around beating up gays. This is not a show about beating up gays. please, gays, don't go anywhere. I hate to offend you. Just stay chill for a second. But you do have a flag. You understand? I drive down my neighborhood. I see a fucking American flag with rainbow colors, and I'm like, what the actual fuck is going on? What is your prerogative have to do with anything? You understand? So what? You like it in the glory hole. All right, that's your business. But does that have anything to do with America? See, once we've been taking America for a joke, and that's why it is the way it is right now. When you let silly shit like that go down, and then you protect, you say, you take that flag down, man. No, what's your problem? You hate gays? It's not about that. It's not about that. Do you know what that fucking flag symbolizes? Right? And you fucking mock it with your preference to take it in the bumhole, my man? Are you fucking shitting me? Take it off. I don't care what you like to do. Doing it in the bum. Doing it in the butt. Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't care. It's not about you. This is about us. And believe it or not, you're part of that story, right? Come on, Harvey Milk, he was out here protesting just not to get beat up, right? He's like, yo, enough with the fucking beating up all the gays. And everybody's like, yeah, man, just let them live. Pipe it down. And everybody just chilled out. It's not the story of America is not a whitewashed story. It's not a clean story. It's not. It's very gruesome. Let's be honest with you, right? There's slavery. There's prejudice. There's ignorance. There's lies. There's deceit. It's not the cleanest story, but it is our story. And if we can't keep anything, once we lose the symbol, the symbol for what this country was to be, I just say it's over, right? You ever ride down the block and you see 5 different fucking American flags? You're like, what is going on? This is nuts. So, not only is nothing made here anymore, thanks to the douchebag, fascist-minded capitalists. There's nothing wrong with capitalism. Nothing. It's your intentions to it's your intentions and your loyalty to your country. If these people had true loyalty to their country, they would consider the ramifications of their actions collectively. It's really funny when that they can sit down in these forums, these worldwide forums and Davos and the Bilderberg Group, and they can sit down and they can do all these calculations and projections about sustainability. But you guys weren't able to see that if you sent all the work for your companies outside of America, that it would affect America. You couldn't see that, but you want me to believe that you deserve a seat at fucking Davos? Are you shitting me? Now I'm supposed to honor everything that they said, that you said they said at Davos? Oh, well, we will read you. We'll tell you what we talked about. I'm okay. No, I'm not in a rush to hate these white boys that march. I want to find out what they were marching about. I'm not in a rush because I'm black to... Nope. That's what they're counting on. They're counting on the black people and everyone else to say, oh, that's sad. Look, fucking white boys out there marching. Prejudice. No. You move out the way. Shut the fuck up. Please, Matthew. What were you saying? I want to hear. Because goddamn it, I might pick up arms with you. I don't know. What are you talking about? You got a plan? You got a fucking plan? Because clearly, the senators are not on our side. Clearly, Congress thinks Israel is more important than the United States. How you like those fucking apples? And don't tell me you don't. Don't tell me you don't with the amount of money that you continue to give this small-ass state that continues to jeopardize the livelihood of the citizens of the United States. Hit the like button. Good morning and good Sunday to you, sir and Mrs. Somebody said, can you be friends with a white man? I am friends with her. Me? Friends with many white men. You shitting me? I was invited to a white man's house yesterday, and I'm pretty sure I'll be invited to a white man's house today to eat together, to break bread together. Fuck are you talking about? Let's see what these white boys was up to. Hopefully they got a plan. I don't know. Don't be doing this shit all willy-nilly for no reason now. You guys got to have a plan. Because you're definitely on the list. You're definitely on the list now. It says white nationalists in Washington. Okay, that's the Washington train. That's the picture they was telling me about of the young black girl. They didn't do her any harm. They're not even looking at this girl. This is wild that they. That is wild. The seating arrangement is crazy. Right? They're in back of her and they're in front of her and in back of her. And they're paying her no mind. Because that's not what they came to do. We didn't come here to beat up a black girl. Do remember Emmett Till. I don't know if the story's true or not. They say he whistled at a white girl. And that could be a fucking lie. These people were evil back then. Fucking white people running around eating black people. I don't know. And you think it's a lie. It sounds so crazy because you're like, that's got to be a lie. Nope. It was dead ass true. Like, whoa, wait, what? Wait, you was skinning black people? Hanging them, skinning them, flaying their flesh. You guys were out of fucking control. Shit. Anyway. A large group of masked men wearing the markings of a well-known white nationalist group marched with flags and chanted "Reclaim America." Well, I don't see any problem so far. Well, I can tell you that. Because America needs to be reclaimed. Look. 24 white people left. Because I spoke on them. And that's the problem in America. This is why I speak on everybody. You know what? Some of these white people are so hypocritical. Let's get some more of them the fuck up out of here, right? Let's get the people who want to be in the echo chamber the fuck up out of here. Right now. Watch how many get out of here. They think I'm here for numbers. Fuck you. They don't mind me when I ridicule my people and I put my people in check. And they'll be in the chat chanting on that shit. And then as soon as I tell them about their funky ass, then all of a sudden they don't want to hear it no more. Get the fuck out of here then, you hypocrite. You don't have tough skin, right? Because in all actuality, I would like to unite, but that don't mean for one goddamn minute I don't have a brain and a mind to know what happened in history, right? So I want you to know, I want everybody to know what had happened so that shit doesn't happen again. And to be honest with you, I don't think I want to stand with that type of white man. Someone he's faking the funk. He act like we're really a team and we're not a team because he won't even acknowledge the shit that happened in the past that his forefathers did without getting upset and saying, I don't want to hear this. Well, get the fuck out of here then. Stupid. You don't mind hearing about the stupid shit my people do in your all fucking ears. Yeah, you tell them, brother. You're not my fucking brother, bro. Watch your mouth. You're not my brother. Watch your mouth. But I could definitely stand with any man, not just a white man. I could stand with an Ashkenazi Jew. If we're on the same page, we don't mind acknowledging the wrong that has been done in the past, and we have to study these things. Because if we don't, they will be sure to return and used as a weapon. Watch this, Operation Northwoods, right? It was never used until it was used, but when it was first suggested by Americans that they trigger a false flag by putting American lives in danger, it wasn't used right then and there. Some years later, I believed it was used more than once. One being the USS Liberty. Which, by the way, Israel shot our aircraft carrier. So right then and there, I knew these are not our allies. And who authorized for these people to have fucking land? Do you know who these people are? They're nuts. Second time, in my opinion, September 11th, New York City. I think 2001. I think that was the second time. And for some coincidental reason, the Israelis are coming up again as contractors on this situation. I don't know. So we're starting to see patterns there. So that's what I mean by if you don't study the past, you won't know. They'll keep on using the same playbook, and they use the same playbook anyway. This is why they don't really prefer my style of content, because it's more enlightening and educational. They don't like that. They don't like that. The march through neighborhoods around the U.S. Capitol was brief. Though bystanders posted scores of videos on social media, the group left the city sometime before 11 a.m. They was in and out. They're not stupid, huh? They got the fuck up out of there. But at least you did something. Hold on. Let's see if you made a statement about something. I don't think they marched all the way to Washington, D.C. Well, I don't think they marched on the Capitol. I know they didn't march all the way there, but just to say we hate black people. I don't think that's what the protest symbolized at all. So There's no need for black people to get their blood pressure all high because of these men that went out there and did something. The group of apparently several hundred people wore tan baseball hats marked with the logo white supremacist group Patriot Front. Did the logo say white? Is that what the logo says? Let's get Gemini in on this. I hate the way they wrote this. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well, thank you. How can I help you today?
This white supremacist group, Patriot Front. Tell me about them.
According to the article, Patriot Front is a white supremacist group that advocates for a white ethno-state. The article mentions they marched in Washington during the 250th anniversary celebrations, wearing distinctive clothing and carrying flags.
Excuse me. You're not listening to me. I didn't ask you to read the article. I appreciate that. I said, tell me about the group. Don't read the article. Tell me about the group themselves.
I apologize for the misunderstanding. Patriot Front is a far-right white supremacist group based in the United States. They formed in 2017 after breaking away from another white nationalist group, Vanguard America. Their ideology centers on advocating for a white ethno-state and often involves highly public, provocative demonstrations.
What does ethnos mean?
Ethnos is a Greek word that generally means people, nation, or group. In the context of a white ethno-state, it refers to a state that is based on a specific ethnic group and their perceived shared characteristics.
Thank you. According to this article, what was the purpose of their march? Do we know?
According to the article, the Patriot Front marched in Washington to chant "Reclaim America" as the capital city prepared for the main events celebrating the United States' 250th anniversary. The group has a history of publicly staging demonstrations to advocate for a white ethno-state.
Okay, I'm sorry, Patriot Front. I cannot march with you. You guys are wasting your fucking time. You're wasting your time. This will never be. I don't know what you. That has to be the stupidest march ever. And you're gonna get pounded out. You gotta knock it off. That's a frivolous. Those are your demands. Frivolous, and you're gonna get fucking pounded out. You're gonna lose that. Serious. I'm just being honest. First of all, you can't do it by yourself. So you just isolated yourself. Right? Now, if you say reclaim America because of blah, 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 and for even some of the reasons that I've stated, that our government is not really concentrating on the focus of making America great again. See, these type of white people, they have to stop being delusional. It was never a place that these type of white people built by themselves. These white people are delusional. And that's what I'm saying. If we can't have a conversation where that doesn't require you to be delusional, they like to leave. You didn't build this America without other people. Yes, you had slaves. These slaves were black. So, in all actuality, technically, you had other people here. Right? You had the Chinese who built the railroads, worked hard on the railroads. You had... Hey, peace, beloved. I'm on a live right now. I hit you when I get off. Alright, peace. You had the true Native American, not the black man. The black man is bugging, calling it, saying that we was here. You show me a black man that says that he was here before the Native Americans and this is really his land, and I show you a black man that is uneducated. He's in his emotions. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It's disrespectful not only to the people who were kidnapped from West Africa and brought to the Americas, but it's also disrespectful to the people that were already here, regardless of what you want to call them, Native Americans. It was disrespectful because they've gone through enough with the genocide of their people. There's like 11 fucking Native Americans left, bro. And 5 of them are drunk right now in New Mexico. It's crazy. You got everybody running around saying they're fucking Native American. Can they live, bro? White people stealing a Native American identity. Black people stealing Native American identity. Can you guys just knock it off and let them have a moment? They just lost their entire existence and never had a second to look up and just breathe and be like, yo, what happened? While the white man is out here, this type of white man, not all white men, just these type of white men are fucking delusional, thinking he did it by himself. And this America should be ran again by just whites. Bro, you would... I don't know what makes you think that you cannot be just as savage as any other human being on this planet. Take away the resources and you will stoop to the same fucking lows. And we don't even need to take away your resources. Give you too much resources and you stoop to the same goddamn lows. Yeah, you're out here, like I said a second ago, you're hanging fucking black men. 2,000 people show up to a fucking lynch. 2,000 white people, let me correct that. 2,000 white people show up to a lynching of a black guy and bring their goddamn kids. God forbid that's enough to say, okay, we're in charge. God forbid that's enough. No, you take it a step further and start to peel off their skin and keep souvenirs. So, excuse me if I'm not enthused in joining your fucking silly ass group to create some white ethnos euphoria. Since when? Who's gonna do the work? You jackasses. There's 400 of you fucking assholes running around right now thinking you have a chance, a prayer. You don't. You ever seen the movie The Warriors? If this was The Warriors, you'd be the fucking wanderers, the orphans. If this was the Warriors, this group here would be the fucking orphans. You just isolated yourself over nothing. You guys, if you want to make it, you got to drop that fucking white ethno shit. The white man is crying about not having a job right now. Read the fucking room, dickheads. It's not a time to isolate yourself. It is not. But guess what? If you like it, I love it. That's what you want to do? You want to isolate yourselves? Thinking that this is 50 years ago? I won't. Let me step out your way, bro. You got it, bro. Let me step out your way. You don't have a chance in hell. You don't have a snowball chance in hell of fucking making it. Only thing you're going to do is end up right where you're at already, on the FBI list. Yeah. You don't think the FBI will spend $1 million or more on the surveillance of following every last one of you back to your houses, and they know who you are right now, and now you're on the list. Congratulations, jackass. You did it. You did it. You've pissed Cash Patel off. Good for you. Good for fucking you. And didn't one of you jackasses run into somebody in 2017? Then I guess you're rebranding because of that whole fiasco, the Vanguard boys. Hold on, let me Gemini, what the fuck is going on here? Hey, when they were the Vanguard group, didn't they run into somebody at some type of event?
The article mentions that Patriot Front broke away from Vanguard America in 2017 after the bloody Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. It doesn't mention a specific instance of running into somebody during that event.
Listen, baby, can't you use your goddamn intelligence? I mean, Jesus Christ, you don't only have to read this article. You are AI. Like, feel free to go find me the fucking answer. What are you doing?
I understand your frustration, and I apologize for not providing the information you were looking for previously. While the article doesn't detail a specific confrontation, the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017, where Vanguard America was present, was a highly publicized and violent event with numerous clashes between groups. Is there a specific
And this is who's taking your jobs, white man. Be mad at that. You should be mad at the white man that sold you out. I don't know why you should be. There's a bunch of white men in the Congress that's writing legislation on behalf of foreign policies that's taking your domestic fucking freedoms away. How about those apples? Be mad at that. Be mad at those white men. And this is why I say you don't stand a chance, because you're trying to stand alone. You got 400 guys. You guys are going to get mowed down. Shitting me? You'd be lucky if you have a job in a month. They're going to look you guys up, put the pressure on your employer. Get you the fuck up out of there. You can't trust these people. They're going to give all that information to Israel. I'm telling you what's going to happen. They're going to find out who you are. They're going to give everything to Israel, and then your life is just going to slowly start fucking up. You're not going to know why. Oh, yo, what's going on? It didn't matter if you had a mask on or not. They know. Big TTV was good, bro. These people are mad. They're mad in the comment section. They better wake up. I'm not here to argue with you guys. No way in the world I would argue with you people. I don't even know if you people are real, number one. And if you are real, God bless your life. God bless your life. You live in a silo. You live in a bubble. You don't want to hear the truth. So it's definitely not me on this program that you're watching. You could leave, but you stay and you want to hear the rhetoric. You know why? Because there's something in your subconscious. It's like, you know he's right. You don't like his delivery. You don't like his delivery. You don't like the fact that he has the audacity and the gall to say these things that we all think. But you know he's right. Goddamn right I'm right. Some of you, this is your first time on this show, so you don't even know. I've been saying, yo, white man can't even say he's proud to be white, right? You got to understand, hit the subscribe button and sit back and just watch me for a while. But my lives, don't watch my videos. I'm absolutely talking about nonsense right now on my videos. Don't watch none of that shit. But when I go live, then you come over and you just listen. Don't make knee-jerk reaction comments because you feel. Fuck your feelings, you uneducated prick. I'll tell you what's going down. Qualified to do so, god damn it. 4 years of studying social science compared to your what? Go ahead, say it. Shut up. You can't even say I'm white and I'm proud, right? And I felt that was fucked up. But I warned everybody 5 years ago. Listen, that's the tip of the iceberg. It's about to get worse for you white people. And you didn't believe me. And here we are. You're out here in the fucking hot ass during a heat wave, no doubt. A heat wave. You're out here in fucking balaclavas and flight suits. Guys are crazy. That ain't the way, man. That's not the way, man. It's never going back to white slave owners. All of you will die before that happens. I assure you this. So change your thinking right now. It's not about you being scared of any. Do you see my people? You see what we do to us? Do you see what my people do to us? I'm asking a fair question. Do you see what we will do to us? And we claim we love us. Now. Now. Knock it the fuck off, bro. Knock it off with this racist shit. This is a time. I don't want to talk about race classification. This is not about that. And actually, I'm just, now that the more I think about it, I'm perturbed that you would spend 4 hours marching and I really don't know your demands. What was your demands? That we return this to a white ethnos? You know how far we are from that? Dead ass. You know how far we're from that state? Americans love pastimes. Outside of hockey and baseball, it's black, bro. Or it's some type of mix something. We're not there anymore, man. You guys are not reading the room, and this is pissing me off. Black people are not reading the room. And now I come to find out today that you got. I hope this aren't large pockets of white people that are not reading the room. Then
This is Audible.
Notorious C.O.P. The inside story of the Tupac, Biggie, and Jam Master.
What the fuck was that? CIA wants me to know they're listening to me. I never thought you guys weren't listening to me. How about those apples, CIA? How about those apples? Never thought you weren't listening to me. I hope these aren't large pockets of white people that are not reading the room. And by reading the room, I mean, have you educated yourself on the WEF and United Nations partnership, 2030 partnership? Have you educated yourself on that? As soon as you heard about that, should have been your focus. That should have been your focus, because you would have known what was coming down the pipeline. And since this initiative has started, they've tried to throw every curveball for mass distraction that they can. Why? Because it is a new world order, my man. And you may think that it is the white man who runs this new world order. Many of them will appear white. I don't know if they are even human, but we won't go there right now. We won't go. That might be a little bit too much information for you. Scare you off. I can tell you this, though. There will be many white slaves and many black slaves and many mixed slaves, and everybody else that is not part of the elite will be cannon fodder. So it's just perplexing to me that you wouldn't work with other groups right now, at least the ones that show potential, like mental potential to work with you. I think it's a waste of time to be prejudiced in 2026. Either you like the person or you don't, right? Either the person is an asshole or they're not. Either these groups of people are assholes or they're not. Once you see a certain amount of corporations laying off by the thousands, 20,000 here, 10,000 here. Once you see that, and these corporations start to implement automation, robotics, and artificial intelligence, the combination, that's a deadly combination. Robotics can be software and hardware. They call these robots agents now. You can build your own. It's crazy that they call them agents, just like in the Matrix, but let me not go down a conspiracy hole right now. You don't have time. You guys gotta prioritize yourselves. I'm so disappointed you marched all the way there, and it seems like you guys. It looks like you're organized because you're wearing hats and matching uniforms, but in actuality, I don't think you're fucking organized at all. Because look at the attention that you garnered. For all I know, you guys are all fucking CIA agents, right? Look at the attention you garnered, and you knew you was going to garner attention, and you didn't even use it for a press conference. You didn't have shit to say. Do you know the impact that you could have had if you just stayed around? You guys act like you was trying to make the lunch special at Cracker Barrel or something. Like, what do you do? What was the rush? You got out of there before 11 a.m. What was the rush? Why you didn't stick around and say why you marched to the media? And at that time, if you would have got rid of that racist bullshit and just spoke to America. I'm talking about speaking to Americans and let them know the expectations for the true American from your lens. But don't race it on color and all this other silly shit. Man, you would have had so many people behind you, right? Because the real problem is right now, it seems like that they're shifting power. For some strange reason, it definitely feels like they're slowly dog walking us to give Israel more power. So I did take a look at the proposed bill for 2027 that merges our military and Israel's military. If this passes Congress, the way they wrote it, it can't even be undone as easily as it was initiated. So this is why I say you wasted an opportunity, which makes me 10% believe you could be the goddamn CIA, and this was all just another mass distraction. Because in fact, if this is a real group and you guys legitimately went out there and missed a press opportunity, nah, I won't be joining you guys for sure. And I can tell you one thing. Don't say you don't need my help. You're fucking 400 guys. You're going to get mowed down. 400 guys? You won't last. You'll end up in somebody else's camp acting like you like black people. And by then you probably fucking will. Because they have a plan. I believe I know the plan. However, I also know their potential to say, well, you can't get an omelet without breaking a few eggs, right? They're going to hit a point where it's like it's a rough patch to get over, right? So just like they literally had a plan for the SARS COVID outbreak, right? And they even went through this simulation at Johns Hopkins University. So they had a plan. They went over the plan, the strategy. They recorded it. It's fucking crazy. And then they released in my opinion, let me say my opinion before you two knocks my socks off. In my opinion, the bioweapon. But did you see how they had to just say, you know what, let's just go? And how much it disrupted? They shut down the world. The world, Craig. Like when that has never happened. Millions died. But guess what? You can't get an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Now, that was one stage. This is going to progressively get worse from our end because they're going through with the plan. As you can see, they're not stopping. They're not going to stop debasing the currency. They're not going to stop inflation, keep borrowing all this money and then pushing it back into society. Not on things that we need, on silly shit. They're not going to stop. They haven't stopped. It's not that they don't hear us. We have not come together to do something about it. So when we do come together to do something about it, it can't just be like, oh, you see, we dress the same, right? So listen, this is us. This is us at a 7. You don't want to see us at an 8. Do you have any demands? You think I'm stupid, reporter lady? Think I'm going to tell you my goddamn demands? You figure it out. We'll be back next year. Patriots out. It's like we don't even know why you was there. That's crazy. Well, I guess I'll start reading the comments. Not that I'm a fan of this part, right? You get all type of jackasses out here. God damn it. Brother Thomas says, not about education, 100 shit about, hold on. I like to read it on this screen here. Pardon me. So I'm just going to, let me turn it. Good. Thank you. It's just, I can't read it over there. All right. Thank you. Brother Thomas says, not about education, 100% about hubris. Epistemic humility is where understanding begins. It's designed that way. The cave of wonders, if you will. Strangely enough, Epstein, I'm trying to remember, but it definitely, from what I was reading, it definitely looked like he was a fan of eugenics. Now, I've went down this path before, and God knows I go down a path and it gets deep. I do not think this is, I'm going to say this and I'm not going to harp on it. I don't think this is purely from the thin theory of race classification created by Johann Blumenbach and Carl Linnaeus. These classifications are very thin. I don't even know why we give these two men, these fucking imbeciles, credit for anything. But I also think, given these two people that much credibility for their theory, is mass distraction. And I say that because if you've ever been a part of a doctorate program, or if you have your master's, I have my master's. Master's, you have to write a capstone. Doctorate degree, you have to write a dissertation. They prefer original ideas, and yet they tell you nothing is new under the sun. So it is a catch-22. How do you want me to write original ideas yet nothing's new as under the sun? So what happens is you get people out here writing all type of information that may embellish upon the truth a little bit, but they call it new and refreshing ideas. We could have really did without that classification. Especially if you did not have the genetic information. You're basing this information off what? Phenotypes and skulls. And I'm talking about these people were adamant that it was the white people that was superior. And you're basing this off of what? Phenotypes and skulls. Crazy. So, my personal belief is that there's another history down here that has to do with more of a galactic history rather than an Earth history. It has to do more with the possibility that many of the people down here originated from star seeds that were in different star constellation, from planets that were in different star constellations. And I know that's far out there, so I'm not really ready to go in on that today, because I think there are times I go in on that, just that today won't be one of them. That history, in my opinion, has been suppressed. Only few acknowledge that history. Hitler was one of them. So I can see why he was into eugenics. Because he was fascinated with the history of the Atlanteans. He was fascinated with the history of the Lyran people, who some claim to be tall whites with blonde hair and blue eyes. And yet, he did not have none of that. But he was fascinated. David Parr says he was also part Jewish and hated the Jewish people. True. And he was groomed by an occult to be the great orator of Germany. All of that is true, David. And what I just shared with you was part of his curriculum for the occult lessons that he learned. This is what gave him the passion. Right? It was the information in that curriculum that gave him the passion that he had. But like I said, a lot of that information has been suppressed. I think it will come back out at some point. And you won't even be able to, well, you can find some of it. I have a playlist over here called Top Secret. That's probably one of my most important playlists ever, and I think it's like 3 videos in there. But if you watch that playlist, subscribe to my channel and go to my playlist and look for Top Secret, woof, I start to break some things down. Right now, I don't get into too much detail about all the variations of different star seeds down here. What I'm really waiting for is a couple of things. I do believe at some point they're going to announce extraterrestrials. Like, they're going to stop fucking with you and say, oh, we're going to release the what do they call it now? They call it something else. They don't call it UFO anymore. UAP. Unidentified aerial something. Phenomenon. I think that's what they call it. Well, at some point, when they're done playing with you guys, and everything is in order. By that, I mean the systems. This thing is about this. This is exactly what Catherine Austin Fitts was talking about. Systems. That's what they care about. Systems have to be in place. So while we're running around catching fireflies, they're busy building systems right in front of our face. So I wouldn't put too much investment in watching mainstream media and going off what they say. I try not to. I just use their talking points from all the information that I have studied over the years, and then I make a executive decision on how to move and what I need to do, as you should. But once you see things like, do you guys know over 200 food processing plants were destroyed between 2020 and now? Did you know that? So, when you pay attention to things like that and you see food processing plant after food processing plant just blowing up, right? And the fire here and the unexplained this, you're like, okay, we see. To stop telling me stupid stuff about this mistakenly happened. This is happening on purpose. I've come to my understanding. Now, simultaneously, you start to see tech billionaires all of a sudden interested in food. So all of a sudden, this fucking weirdo smeardo guy, Bill Gates, is interested in creating food. First, he was interested in the solution. We're gonna call it the solution because I don't want the YouTube software to trigger anything. So you guys know what I'm talking about, and we're just gonna call it the solution. So you left computers, and you had this passion all of a sudden for the solution? And yet, you're not an advocate for safety efficacy. You just want to be a part of it. The next step is you go and you get involved in food. Well, let me explain something to you people. Like I said, the simulation went on at Johns Hopkins University, and they pretty much had a detailed plan on how to go about what we were about to go through in 2020. There were some things that they didn't see and they thought about a lot, thanks to the think tanks that they have, like RAND, that makes millions of dollars. They couldn't get us to mandate it. So his contingency plan is, we're going to get this in you somehow. Now I'm going to tell you my opinion, because YouTube hates when I say that this is what's happening. Next thing you know, my numbers are down and I'm out the algorithm. So we're not going to do that today. What I'm going to tell you is what I believe. And I'm going to tell you why I believe it. There was a summit, a European Global Summit in 2016. At that European Global Summit in 2016, two things were introduced that had a high focus by the participants. One being nanotechnology, and the other being graphene. When I studied graphene, and I only studied graphene because I ended up reading the fourth Industrial Revolution by Klaus Schwab. I ended up reading it. It's a thin book. On Audible, it's no more than 5 hours. But the things that he was saying in this book was like, wow. And he is an authority to speak on what should be coming down the pipeline. So when he said that graphene one day would be worth more than gold, I said, how is that? Like, what are you talking about? Graphene more than gold? What is graphene? I go to look at it, and I said, holy schmoly. and it's just reconstructed carbon. Like, however, this graphene, you have graphite and you have graphene. Graphite is the natural entity. Like, it's natural. Graphite is made. Graphene is made. And it's designed to be thin. It is stronger than steel and diamond. It is flexible. It is thinner than a human hair. And most importantly, it is highly conductive. Most importantly. Because Nelson Rockefeller had such a strong hold on the education department in the United States. I mean, he damn near built the education department. At first, it was the General Board of Education, and then it evolved into the Board of Education. But by then, Rockefeller had already designed the framework for not only the education of health or health period, right? Like, what he created was the catalyst for Blue Cross Blue Shield to be what it is today. The health education, what health is, licensure of the health department. Meaning, if you want to be a doctor, you had to get licensed. This is all what he kicked off, because he wanted to provide solutions, what today we call pharmaceuticals. So he demonized any healthy alternative solutions. So that he can implement his plan. He used philanthropy to do so. So he started giving a lot of money to the universities, and he sent out a guy named Abraham Flexner. Right? Abraham Flexner, it would be the equivalent to bots in your chat today that just come and fill up your bot and just talk shit and try to convince people that you're a liar. You don't know what you're talking about. Or these fact checkers who aren't really fact checkers at all, but they have accepted money, so they're a mouthpiece. Abraham Flexner was hired by Rockefeller to go around to the different schools and write reports on the schools. If the universities were going to be on Rockefeller's, and that's not Nelson. I know something was bothering me while I was talking. I'm talking about John D. Rockefeller. So excuse me. The whole time I was talking slow because my brain was working. I'm thinking about 3 different things while I'm talking. Something says it's not Nelson. Why is that bothering me? It's because it was John D. Rockefeller I'm talking about. Thank you. So John D. Rockefeller sent Abraham Flexner around to these schools. And if these schools were on board, then Flexner will write a positive raving review about the school. Meaning, I would send my kid to go, if your kid wants to be a doctor, send him to that school. if they were not on board with the direction that John D. Rockefeller was going in, Flexner wrote a poor review, and that school lost money. I know, right, Mike? You see me, right? I was talking like a boggled down computer, bro. I'm telling you, I had too many things going on in my head at one time. I was like, yo, what the hell is going on? Nelson Rockefeller. Sounds not true. Sounded not true because it was not true. What's up, Mike? So, what Bill Gates is doing is just the playbook of John D. Rockefeller. It's not even new. But John D. Rockefeller got away with it, so why can't Bill Gates get away with it? So, as I was telling you before, over 200 food processing plants were destroyed between 2020 and now. And then you've seen the rise of Beyond Meat. All of a sudden, Jeff Bezos invested $60 million into food processing. And you're like, what is going... These guys, man, they get so much money, and they start to do the most devious things on this planet. Did you see the guy who was leaving? Where was he leaving? And he came to the U.S. and he got arrested with vials of smallpox. He didn't have the paperwork for now. Who's to say this guy is not selling that science to one of these fake technical scientific gurus like Bill Gates, who all of a sudden knows things? You don't think these guys have their own scientific staff and lab somewhere? They do, and allegedly. I don't know that. In my opinion, I'm going to say they do. I can't just be blurting out words. Either way, he was going to sell it to somebody, or he was going to be working on something he had no business working on. Thank God they caught him at the airport and arrested his silly ass. But he has he's a scientist. He has his PhD. Bill Gates gave over 50%. He gave over 50%. Philanthropy, right, is a weapon if not used the right way. So more than 50% of the WHO's budget came from, or funding came from, Bill Gates. If you remember, if you're still alive, you should remember that the United States followed everything that the WHO did. Right? Every question was, well, right now we're following the guidelines of the WHO. But who did the WHO get these guidelines from? A fucking mad scientist. Who the Netherlands figured out, you're fucking mad, and we're going to bring you up on charges. Why hasn't America done that? Because this America is too far gone. And this is why it would be a waste of my time to get up there and march with Proud Boys, even if you're marching for the, like, even if you're marching for the right thing, I can't trust you. You got to get rid of that racism shit. Because say we win, and now you want a white ethnos, you want us to start over that way? Motherfucker, we didn't begin that way. What are you talking about? You silly motherfuckers was over here burning white women thinking they were witches. Why should I trust you? Yeah. Think I want to go back to through that with you? Doubt it, and I won't. Yeah, the Salem witch hunt. They was over here wilding. So I don't want to join a group that is crystallized with their thinking about race and all this other shit. No time for it. No thank you. America has been sold out. I do want to join with some people who can see past skin color and phenotypes and all this other stuff. I don't care if you put it in a bum hole, right? I will stand hand in hand with gays. Here's the thing, gays. As long as you don't start asking people in elementary school, and this had nothing to do with the gays. Let's keep it 1,000. DEI bullshit with the rise of the transvestite had nothing to do with homosexuals. They're going to take the hit. There was decent homosexuals everywhere that did not agree with none of that was going on. There was decent homosexuals everywhere that did not agree with any of that. But again, these are what we call psyops, right? And then they use, if they don't have a group, they'll create a group. Because nowhere ever were the transvestites asking for more attention. Ever. Nowhere. There was one guy the other day, but he's doing that now. Right? I seen him, and he had on a skirt, and I looked in his direction. He's looking, waiting for me to do something or say something so he can make a big fuss about it. But listen, bro, we never cared that you was in a fucking dress. And as far as looking at you, I'm going to take a good look and move on. No one ever was beating you up. You know who beats up gays? Closeted gays. That's who. Sadly, that's who beats up gays. Someone who is attracted to the same orientation, but they don't know how to. They hate the fact that they're attracted to the same gender. That's what it is. So they take it out on the gay guy who's openly gay. Other than that, no one is beating up gays. Unless you step out of line, right? But for the most part, I think that gaydars has become nicely tuned over the decades. They created that bullshit group. The trans. Yeah, there was always a trans. It was called a transvestite, and he's been wearing women's clothes for years. No one cared. Nobody cared. Until, you know when we cared? We cared when you sent this silly ass into fucking elementary schools to ask our kids if they're confused. Oh, that lit a fuse. That lit a fuse. You know why? Because the family should always be the nucleic framework for this country. The natural family. I don't want to hear about. Now, what if you had two gays? Yo, what if I slapped the shit out of you right now? And then you could ask me a question after that. How about that? How about those apples? Right? Now, before you ask me the stupid shit you was about to ask me, there was a guy who stuck his penis in your mother, and he went to town. I cannot tell you for how long, right? I could tell you he went to town. That's the only thing I know I got right. I don't know where this guy's at now, right? I don't know if he's a piece of shit. I don't know if he's educated. All I know is he stuck it in there and he went to town. And that's how you got here. So, before you ask me some silly shit, can you please just remember that's what I believe in. Right? I believe in the heterosexual and I have the right to do so without making you feel shameful. This is not a shame test or anything like that. But that is and should always remain to be the core values of America, the heterosexual family. That's how I feel. Roguish Son says, before the gay rights legislation passed, the bulk of Capitol Hill has always got down like that. Just not in the open. Why couldn't they pass the legislation earlier if they were already there? So here's the thing, Roguish Son. It didn't have anything to do. We know that that's how they used to get down, right? We know this, right? Even J. Edgar Hoover. It has been documented. He's running around at these blue light parties with these fucking young bellboys. Huh? That's how he got caught up in the shenanigans. Fucking Lucky Luciano and Maya Lansky got him on 1K. They got him in 1K giving BJs to his co-worker. Nasty work. God forbid. Jesus Christ. BJ's? He's hanging out with fucking Cardinal Spellman. He was a fairy. And they had the nerve to name a school after him. All boys at that. God forbid! What? An all boys school named after a fairy? You gotta stop. Jesus Christ. Anyway, Roguish Son. Roguish Son. What it was about was normalizing the usage of the word trans. See, it didn't matter if it was transgender or trans this or trans that. They just wanted us to say the word trans because the more we say the word trans, then when they implement transhumanism and they enforce the idea of transhumanism, you understand? Because let me tell you something. We talk about mutants. They have mutants here. They've been making mutants through Project Montauk. I don't think that's the official name of it. I think I'm getting Montauk from where the lab was at. Long Island, right? However, what was the name of that project? There was a couple of projects. They were out here splicing genes. Fucking around with the DNA, editing shit. So when you see shows like Sweet Tooth on Netflix, these are inspired by real scenarios that have been going on. They're just telling you the truth through television programs. Michael is out here wilding on a Sunday. God forbid. He said, do you remember blowing bubbles as a kid? I don't even want to read the rest of it. I don't know where this is going. I remember an episode of Different Strokes when Dudley had his shirt off and the guy from the bike shop made him drink wine. I've been scarred ever since, so I don't think I want to read the rest of your fucking sentence. Huh? And Arnold fucking left, bro. Arnold left to go get Mr. Drummond. Do you know how much could have happened? And they used to be like, to be continued. Then you gotta wait till the next week to find out what happened. Whole time I'm thinking, yo, Dudley been there for a week. What the fuck? Damn. That episode scarred the shit out of me. Where's the gooch when you need him? Yikes. Shout out to Tammy Pierce in the house. Ow. Where you from, Tammy? I like a good Slav woman. She's out here putting somebody in their place. She says, where does the word slave come from? It comes from the Slavic. Yeah, that's true. Slavic nation. We were slaves first. I don't know if they were slaves first. Then we have an all-out who's slaves first, and you know the Jews is gonna throw their hat in the ring in there, huh? They're gonna throw their name in the hat for that. The fake Jews too, not even the real fucking Jews, like the fucking Ashkenaz. Their identity theft is a crime, and they have no problem getting down. Get down on it, get down on it. Huh? They step in the house with the fucking Gargamel nose. We was the first slaves, yes. Hey, I like to fuck with them. They an extraordinary people. They're just fun to play with. But they gotta stop digging these tunnels. Shit is getting out of control. Out of control. But yes, that she's right about the words. Yeah, exactly. This fucking guy. Yeah, see, I told you. GD Busters came out of nowhere. He said G Dub Busters. And he's also right too. The word, yeah, the word. But there were slaves in the Bible. And who were the slaves in the Bible? The Hebrews. I knew where he was going with this. The Hebrews. In the Bible, the Hebrews were. However, I did one or two lectures. I did a lecture over on the House of Consciousness that I never downloaded, and I never recorded it myself. I have to go get it because I taught a 3-hour lesson on West Africa, the history of Arabs enslaving Africans, right? The transition of these Africans slowly turning into Muslims, slowly turning into what we now call Moors. So there's a lot of uneducated black people running around today saying, we were the Moors. No, you were the fucking victims that the Arabs used to kidnap and haul your stupid ass away into slavery, right? And then they indoctrinated you. How dare you not do your fucking homework? And then sit up here and try to educate me on that. No, brother, we are Moors. No, you cannot. I can educate you. Sad. Antifa, the new KKK. Antifa's the new KKK? Don't worry about the KKK. What concern is it to you about the KKK? Are you black? Let me ask you something. Con Al-Essay. Are you black? Yeah, we're about to. Don't try to switch this. We are going to talk about cancer is rising because everyone's saying we're going to talk about that right now. But answer my question before we move on My sister and stepdad is black, but I'm Hawaiian. Alright. Shout out to the Hawaiian community. Don't worry about the KKK. If you're an American, we're not going to break up into silos. Let's not do that. Let's not break up into silos. We all have a gripe. Our gripes are we're catching turbo cancer at a fucking enormous high speed and rate, and people are dropping in like 3 fucking weeks of finding out they had cancer. You talk about here today, gone tomorrow? God damn. I've never seen so many instances where people are, I just found out I had cancer last week. There used to be a time, like what they say. Got 6 to 1 years, 6 months to a year. Not now, buddy. Not now. By the time you fucking even find out that you got cancer, you might be dead the next week. Shit is real right now. Steve says, I'm unfamiliar with the fast cancer. I'll look it up, Steve, but I'm going to keep it real. I'm going off of just the amount of people that I know personally. And they've been calling it turbo cancer. And I'm like, turbo cancer? So, what I'm going to do is I'll look that shit up right now with you guys here, personally. I don't know what it's going to say. Let me see. The rise of turbo cancer. First, I'll type it in, but I usually like to look at scholarly. We got something. Hold on, everybody. We got a fish on the line. I put AI. I put the rise of turbo cancer. AI overview. Turbo cancer is a non-medical term used to describe false online narrative alleging that COVID-19 mRNA vaccines cause unusual, aggressive, rapidly spreading cancers. Extensive global health research and major medical institutions have found no evidence of linking COVID-19 to development. Oh, really? Okay. That's cool. Cancer victims could be transformative. Okay. We have Ezra scan. We have COVID-19 induced turbo cancers. Well, this is what I learned. I'm gonna slow the conversation way down. Accept all cookies. Accept them. I'm going to read this and then I got something for you guys. Don't worry about it. I don't get aggravated anymore. I got something else. Now, what's this abstract say? The incidence of cancers has increased exponentially worldwide since the universal COVID-19 vaccination program began at the end of 2020. These cancers tend to present at an advanced stage, progressively rapid, and occur in younger patients. Additionally, some patients previously in remission have been reported to develop uncontrolled cancer relapses shortly after receiving a COVID-19 vaccination. The temporal association between these cancers and COVID-19 vaccination is undeniable. These observations have given rise to the term turbo cancers. Although not a formal recognized oncologic classification, the term turbo cancer has gained traction among clinicians, describing a pattern of unusually aggressive, rapidly progressing cancers. particularly among younger individuals and those previously in remission. In the light of these reports, this review explores plausible biological mechanisms and available data to encourage scientific inquiry rather than premature dismissal. According to the Vaccine Event Reporting Agency, VAERS, the highest reported cancer risks involve the appendix, followed by the breast, colorectal, laryngeal, endometrial, and hepatic cancers. I'm sorry if I butchered all those words. I never announced that I was the smartest guy in the room. A multi-hit hypothesis of oncogenesis grounded in biological plausibility and supported by safety reports filed to VAERS has been proposed to explain how COVID-19 vaccination may contribute to cancer development. In addition, we propose the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein directly interferes with the fundamental pathways causing carcinogens, named metabolic reprogramming, cancer stem all propagation. Okay, it's getting out of control now. What is this site saying?
The site mentions an article titled COVID-19 mRNA-induced turbocancers. The abstract suggests that the incidence of cancers has increased exponentially since the start of COVID-19 vaccination programs, leading to the term turbocancers to describe rapidly progressing cancers. The review explores potential biological mechanisms in data from VAERS, but notes the term is not a formally recognized classification.
But who is Science Open? Are they credible for me to even listen to? Who are they?
Science Open is a discovery platform that provides context-building services for publishers and interactive features for scholars. They utilize post-publication peer review, where authenticated scientists can submit reviews and comments after articles are published. This approach can be different from traditional peer review. Are you interested in knowing more about their review process?
Yes.
Science Open functions as a platform for scientific communication and promotes open access publishing, utilizing post-publication peer review. This means peer review can take place after an article is published, rather than beforehand. Some in the academic community view this approach positively for its openness, while others have questioned the legitimacy of the post-publication process compared to traditional methods. The article you're viewing is from a journal published by an independent medical alliance and features post-publication peer review.
Wait, you just taught me something. So, previously, peer reviewed, typically, the process was to read the work first and then say that it is peer reviewed, and give it the paper or the information the endorsement. Is that how it worked before?
Traditional peer review typically involves subject matter experts evaluating a study before it's published. They review the research for quality, validity, and relevance to be considered credible and endorsed by the community. Post-publication peer review, like what Science Open describes, happens after the work is already accessible.
Couldn't one of the risks of doing it before be that they gatekeep out any information that they don't want people to actually know? Couldn't that be a risk?
Yes, that's definitely a concern in traditional peer review. The gatekeeping nature can lead to biases, such as prioritizing conventional research or potentially suppressing findings that challenge established norms or powerful interests. Transparency and open review processes are sometimes proposed as ways to mitigate those risks.
Has any committee in Congress or the Senate addressed the rise of what these particular scholars are now calling turbo cancer?
A Senate hearing was held by Senator Ron Johnson on June 3, 2026, focusing on plausible mechanisms of COVID-19 injections causing cancer and attacks on scientific publications and research. This hearing discussed claims about vaccine safety and potential risks, including perspectives from some professionals who point to temporal associations, though turbo cancer is not a formally recognized.
Thank you, baby. Trying to hear all her rhetoric, you understand? Let's jump right to Senator Ron Johnson. Senator Ron Johnson, 2026. See what we got going on. Can we get the whole thing? I think I watched it too. Or do we gotta do clips? I watched it. I remember now.
Gallego and Slotkin will participate in the hearing pursuant to Rule 8C of the Rules of Procedure of the Committee of Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. The ranking member and I approve of Senators Ernst, Gallego, Slotkin participating in today's hearing. I want to welcome and thank everybody for attending today's hearing titled Assessing the Damage Done by Obamacare. I want to especially thank the witnesses for the...
This ain't it. This ain't it. This ain't it. All right. Everybody be cool. Everybody be cool. I watched it. Just looking for it. Is this the one security can come? Yeah. 3 hours. Yeah, there you go. Why wouldn't they just put that up there? Like, why do I have to go through all of this shenanigans just to find it? But you can find a bunch of information you don't want to know on YouTube. And then when you're looking for what you need, you can't find it nowhere. Totally ridiculous. All right. We found it, party people. We found it. Hold on.
Good afternoon. This hearing is called to order. Just brief explanation of how this hearing came about. I met Dr. Sabine Hazen in October of 2021.
Hold on. Sorry. I need to see you guys. All right. Put you guys over here. Put this back on. All right. This is called the Senate Homeland Security Subcommittee hearing on COVID vaccines and cancer. And look, not for nothing. Remember when I looked it up the first time and AI was like, yo, there's nothing to see here. That's not even a term. And they tried to tell you bullshit. And yet, a whole hearing It's not like they said, hey, that's not a term, but if you want, and they gave a suggestion. No, they just said, no, there's nothing to see here. There's no such thing. It's online conspiracy. And yet, a whole committee hearing was held. Go figure. Go figure.
During the height of COVID, and really related to all the work I was doing in terms of early treatment, and then the COVID injection injured, that type of thing. And I'm not quite sure how you got on my radar screen, but we struck up a good texting relationship. And immediately I was, Dr. Hayes made me aware of how her research, which was conducted with, supported by, guided by, overseen by the FDA, was being sabotaged.
There's no shock there. The FDA are the same people who told everyone that OxyContin wasn't addictive, and it was highly addictive, and many people lost their life. Thank you for subbing. Right? People are coming in the building. See fire? Is that how you say that? Sci-fi? Thank you. Thank you for your sub. Uncle Andy's in the building. He's late. He said, I know I'm late. His alarm clock just went off. Rogue's son says they only temporarily enslaved black people because they figured out how to enslave everyone, including their own crazy part, as you pilgrims are still going for it. Rogue's son is close. He's very close. So, let me just tell you real quick, Rogue's son, before we get into this here information about turbo cancers being connected to the jab. They never released the black people. What they did was they changed the methods, right, of enslavement. Because if you think about this, Rogish, you cannot say, okay, you guys are free, but I'm going to let you know right now, it's illegal to be a vagrant. Right? So you cannot have, like, that makes no sense. If it's illegal for me to be a vagrant and you have not provided me provisions, then what am I to do? Right? So that went on for a while. You have to understand, in 1885, private prison was kicked off because what? People were fucking vagrants, and people that would rather stay on their own rather than stay on some plantation where this guy's hiking up the fees. These are fucking Goyim fees, bro. Right? You're charging me for the water. You're charging me for breathing air. You're charging me for every fucking little thing. You use the outhouse. I got to charge you for that. Shit just got crazy where really this is still slavery. Really and truly. Then you have Black Crow law, the Jim Crow laws and the black laws and all this other stuff that you guys already know about. So in my opinion, it never ended. However, Roge-san, I completely agree, and I try to let the Caucasian people, at least that's the classification that the white supremacist Johann Blumenbach has decided that you guys are Caucasoids. I try to tell the Caucasian people, listen, they don't love you either. If they loved you too, they would not be poisoning your fucking food. You're eating the same food I'm eating. They seek to take advantage of us both. The system, you have to understand, from 1609, not 1776, fuck Donald Trump and his stupid ass mathematics, from 1609, there was pretty much a system in place that definitely placed the European above the West African. right? Above the Negro, and whether that accent came out Negro, nigger. There's a 1,000 different ways we could have got that word nigger. But I can tell you it didn't come out of nowhere. And it's more than likely hailed from a different accent variation of Negro. Right? You have to remember, this is right after the time that the black man was revered in Europe. There was an 800 span rule of the Arabs ruling Spain. However, who did the Arab use as its muscle? Well, it used the sub-Saharan Africans, because these were the Africans they were trading with. These were the Africans that they were kidnapping. So, after hundreds of years of captivity by Arabs, black people now have a syndrome where they feel like they are fucking Moors. We are the Moors. You were captives, you jackasses. You haven't done the history. You don't want to learn the history. 1492, the last Moor, Muhammad XII, was kicked out of Granada and exiled to Morocco, Fez, Morocco. Coincidentally, this is the same time period where the Europeans are fucking around with the boats and navigation, and the trade system of turning sub-Saharan Africans into slaves had been going on already. So it wasn't the white man who did that. It was not the white man who did that. So if you want to know why did they choose these people, because it was already accustomed to being done by these people. They did not have the technology. By the time the technology of guns did arrive, the fucking same Arabs in Morocco used them on the West Africans to take over the rest of the Sangha Empire. Hello. What pisses me off is you had fucking charlatans over here in the United States that would sell black people dreams of that. Hey, you guys are Moroccans, man. You guys are the Moors. Tell them the rest of the story. You won't tell them the rest of the story because what you're feeding them is hope and dreams so that you could get through some loopholes in America by being affiliated with Morocco, because Morocco had a peace treaty with America. And you say to yourself, well, if I could prove that we was Moors, then I could ride around and say I'm sovereign all day because you don't want to go get your fucking car registered at the DMV. Knock it off and go put some fucking plates on your car, man. And get a license too while you're at it, goddammit. I need you riding around here with no insurance. Everybody else got insurance, man. I'm going to need you to get insurance or get off the road. And this is coming from a black man. Get the fuck out of here. So you're absolutely right when you point out that, in all honesty, the elite really don't have love for Caucasian people in this country. It's just that how the system was designed worked well for that time period, for that dispensation. However, that time period is over. That dispensation is gone. We are headed into a new world order, and actually we're already here. The new world order has begun. We're already here. Hit the subscribe button to my channel. Now's the time to do it, because I'm going to be teaching a lot in the mornings when I go live. I only teach when I go live. But if you look at my videos, that's pretty much Negro nonsense that I would highly suggest you don't get involved in. It is brain rot. It is has nothing to do with anything on this planet. It does not matter, right? Just show up to my lives with a notebook, and then we can get busy. Bring a pen and pad, and we can get busy. And I'm going to set a schedule this week. And I'm going to have a set schedule, something like 8:30 to 10:30 Mondays and Wednesdays. I'm going to let you guys know. But let me tell you something right now. There's no denying it. I am nothing without this crowd right here that I have, that you're listening to right now. Like, I do all that other silly Negro shit and talk about dumb shit on with my videos. But really, my heart lives with you guys, because you are the intellectuals. I want you to push for reasonable and logical answers, right? This is an old game that they're playing. By old game, what I mean is written in the Bible. It is written in the Bible, a story about a Tower to Babel. Now, I want us to look at the symbology of the story and not the face value of this story. The story claims that there were groups of people, or a group of people, who had one language, and they were on one accord and one agenda. We're going to build a tower high in the sky to the portals to the heavens. Don't ask me why the gods didn't know this were happening. They're supposed to be omnipresent and omniscient, and for some reason they didn't know this was happening. They came down, checked out what was going on, got highly, like, the anxiety levels went through the roof. Oh my gosh, they're down there building the tower. Let us go down and figure it out. They said that because they are on one accord and of one mind, there's nothing that they won't be able to accomplish. So I need you guys to understand, whether you have religion or not. And by the way, I don't even have religion. So you can figure out or not if I believe in your God. I don't even have a religion. However, gold is gold. You understand? And there are certain things written in these texts that are gold, and there are certain things that are feathers. They will burn at the first sight of heat. At the first inference of heat. It's burn. Because it's just garbage. But we don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. So what was the gods' decision? How did they resolve the issue? They didn't kill everybody. That's not what they did. They just made it so that we didn't talk to each other. It was very simple. They just said, limit their communication with each other. And that has been the play ever since. So, the tiered status hierarchy in this country that America definitely had, that they claim they didn't have, right? There's no such thing as white privilege. Shut up, stupid. There's definitely a thing as white privilege, or at least there was. But now that's wearing off. Because what they do from time to time, They just turn the time capsule upside down and the sand goes the other way. So what they did was, it was white privilege. And then they said, well, we would get more juice out of this turnip if we just do it like this. So what they did is, everybody that was suppressed, they started to give them more entitlement. So they put affirmative action on steroids with DEI. DEI was not made for black people. Black people had already affirmative action, and in my opinion, it was necessary because, okay, nobody agrees. The rest of the white people here are not going to agree that black people need jobs. That's the last thing you want. You don't want millions of black people running around with no fucking job, because that's how you get your door kicked in and your wife and kids raped, stupid. So why would you want that? I think you would want to help these black people out and say, no, you know something, give them fucking jobs, because I'd rather them work for their money like I'm working for mine, and so they can stay off my property so I don't have to put one through their fucking forehead. But when you don't speak up and you act like you don't see, there's no such thing as white privilege, well then, all right, fuck around, you're going to find out. Because if you think these people are going to sit here and just be hungry, then you got another thing coming. And that's when you're going to see white murders on the fucking news. Because you're fucking around. Stop acting like a dickhead and support these people that need goddamn jobs. Well, it did happen. And somehow we got affirmative action. But this whole DEI bullshit, that had nothing to do with black people. They only used black people in this DEI program because they needed to bring some type of validity to the program. Because it was a bullshit program to begin with a bullshit group. You can't hinge everything on fucking transvestites, right? That's not going to hold. So they had to add an actual group who had a history of civil rights and fighting for civil rights in this country. So they added the black people and gave the black people like the smallest fucking budget. There was more, the higher percentage of the budget went to homosexuals, which wasn't a group that made up the core of American values. They may have been a group, but it wasn't a group that made up the core. It made up they participated in the story of America, but not in the core values of America. So what you have is these think tanks joining with these politicians to make it look like this should be a value that we create off the cusp, right? Ad hoc values. I was thinking with Marvin the other day. We think there should be more I'm going to use the word transgenders in this country. Since when? And who the fuck is Marvin? Since when? But like I said before, the whole word trans was just so that we would get used to transhumanism, right? Because what's going to happen is this, as we're getting closer to 2030, the 2030 agenda. What's going to happen is this. Hit the like button. Do subscribe to my channel. This is what's going to happen. We're going to start utilizing nanotechnology so much that they're going to have to redefine the Homo sapien sapien. They're going to have to redefine what a human is. We're going to start incorporating nanotechnology so much. However, these are old Edward Bernays tactics that they're using to crystallize your mind. So what they do is they use a repetitive tactic. These are old tools used old, just repeat. That's what programming is. We're going to repeat. So 10 years of saying the word trans, by the time they call you transhuman, it doesn't have the effect that it would have had if it was abruptly thrown onto you. Right? So they're wearing you down. I'm only here and I only do these shows to warn you, not to trigger you. I understand your cognitive dissonance. I see you guys, you get frustrated at me in the comments. I'm okay. Beat up on me. You want to beat up on me? It's not true, Saladin. You're a liar. Go ahead and do that. Get that out the way. When you're done, you're still going to have to deal with the fact of why they're putting so much high fructose corn syrup in your food, just like they're putting in mine, knowing that it causes chronic disease. You understand? They have the data. They know what it does to you. But they rather make money off killing you selling you fucking, they got rid of the snake oils, man. And coincidentally, John D. Rockefeller's father was a snake oils man. Only for him to sell fucking snake oils. You ever hear the side effects on these snake oils? Listen to the commercial. Pure D snake oils. Fucking blood in the rectum and may cause death. That's always in there somewhere. That's always one of the favorites. Anyway, this is not about me. This is about Senator Ron Johnson.
And with all the hearings and events I had done, I was trying to figure out some way of how can we hold a hearing on this, because this is really bad for science to have research sabotaged. End of last year, Dr. Hazen introduced me to Dr. Eldiri, who probably a poster child for being tormented by, I'll call them trolls, into science. And so we put together this hearing. It's kind of predicated on Dr. Eldiri's work that I think prompted all the attacks. That's why I'm holding this hearing. So let me get into my opening statement. I want to thank all the witnesses. I know this is a real imposition, take a lot of time and effort and expense.
Steve Buzz, Steve Dubs. Sorry, what's wrong with my brain? Steve Dubs says, "Ever looking to forever chemicals?" Yeah, bro. Are white people having some secret meeting that hey, don't drink out of plastic bottles? Are white people? Is this a secret meeting that I don't know about? Is it just us Negroes drinking out of these plastic bottles? They have the data. They know there's nanoplastic particles that's going into our bodies. What damage it's doing, we have no idea, because they show favoritism to their capitalistic friends. And there's nothing wrong with capitalism. There is something wrong with fascism.
To get here, but today's hearing is titled Plausible Mechanisms of COVID-19 Injections Causing Cancer and Attacks on Scientific Publications and Research. Although it may seem these are two unrelated topics, discussing them together will help explain why such a large percentage of the public remains unaware of the serious adverse events caused by the COVID mRNA injections.
All right. You know what I'm going to do for you guys? It's Sunday. So you're already on my channel. You have nothing to do. Otherwise, you would not be on my channel. What I'm going to do for you You see this book right here? This is what I'm going to do for you. Just for you. It says Rockefeller Medicine Men. And by the way, I put the first portion of this book, which is Wholesale Philanthropy, on Audible. So if you want to listen to the first part of this book, go to audible.com, type in Rockefeller Medicine Men, Wholesale Philanthropy, and I'm the only one up there with this book. Now, what I did not put up there yet is the second part of this book. And what I'm going to do for you right now, because it's Sunday, is I'm actually going to read chapter 2, some of it at least. And chapter 2 is Scientific Medicine 1, Ideology of Professional Uplift. That's what we're going to do for you right now. Wilbur's out. Wilbur will be back at some point. Hold on. Let me open the door. My daughter closed the door on me because she didn't want me to hear me talking. And I was hot in here. All right. Cool. Oh, that feels good. She's trying to roast me in here. All right. I'll do my best. I don't have my reading glasses. I'll do my best. Where are my reading glasses? It says, throughout the 19th century, the medical profession was almost constantly frustrated in its attempts to gain public confidence and raise professional incomes and status. Despite varied attempts to alter the competitive market economy for medical services, the dominant portion of the profession continued to be plagued by competition within its own ranks and from those beyond the pale of orthodoxy. In this chapter, we will see how the rise of science in the latter part of the century provided the solution that medical reformers had previously sought in vain. Physicians and biological researchers consciously applied the methods and principles of scientific research to problems of disease. Though even in the 1860s, their work had little support and played very minor role within the medical profession. At about mid-century, however, leading reformers among elite medical practitioners took up scientific medicine. I'm reading this because I want, I say things and you may not be able to grasp how science was hijacked. So I just heard Senator Ron Johnson say that the publications and the science are all being hijacked. He said that in more or less words, that they're not telling the truth, that the truth is being suppressed. It's hijacked by a cartel or a cabal of people, not to sound all conspiracy theorists, but some people who have other interests that cannot allow such data to get out because it would not favor whatever services or products that is contracted to be used. I.e., for example, if the United States already had a company in mind, Moderna, that would be used for the primary solutions in case of a pandemic, they don't want that data to get out if the efficacy rate is low. You understand? All right, I'm going to continue reading. I didn't see a big jump in the numbers that left, so that means you guys want to hear what's going on, which I salute you. Hit the like button, do subscribe to the channel. Let's go. I already told you my eyes are poor. Okay, here we go. I'll read it over. At about mid-century, however, leading reformers among elite medical practitioners took up scientific medicine as the ideology of professional reform and uplift. Medical science gradually provided practitioners with a somewhat more effective medical practice, enabling them to increase their credibility with the public and reduce economic competition within the profession. Scientific medicine was adopted as the unifying theory that enabled the dominant profession to develop strong political organization and to win political and financial support from wealthy people in society. Perhaps most fundamental, the association of medicine with science won support from the new technical, professional, and managerial groups associated with the growth of corporate capitalism. This is about money. And I don't ever want you guys to think anything different. I hear black people complaining that it's unfair, things that... Whenever I hear these things and I say, I don't think you know where you're at, and I don't think you know what's going on right now. Fair? We're past fair. It's never been fair. So I wouldn't waste your time. Why are you holding your breath for fairness? That's what you want? You want fair. You sit there and you wait to be treated fairly. And let me tell you something. You think you want to be treated fairly. They are treating us fairly. They're killing us all, right? They've only given him the opportunity to work at a better corporation, right? Because the tiered status works for them right now. It works because it also allows mass distraction. It also allows us not to have solidarity amongst us, right? You think they really want the white population joining hands with the black population and showing up on Capitol Hill? You think that's what they fucking really want? No. So there has to be some dissension there. This is why they show you some black skinny kid 6 a.m. in the morning and 6 o'clock in the afternoon, just to remind you, hey, that black kid is still out there stealing cars. Right? So whatever you do, just keep your credit good. Huh? Stay over here. Stay away from those people because they're fucking crazy. It's organized chaos is what it is. Now, that term scientific medicine was in quotations, but that's why I put emphasis on it. But you can't see that because I'm reading it. So, but this is not the last time they're going to mention scientific medicine. I just wanted you to be aware of the word. Now, it moves on to another part of the book. It says American medicine in the 1800s. Let's go. Do hit the like button. Do subscribe to the channel. And hype the video if you can. In 1800, nearly all American physicians received their training as apprentices at the side of a practicing physician. assisting with simple techniques and mixing medications. In the 18th century, medical lectures had not been widely available in this country, so young men from the upper class went abroad for their medical education, especially to Scotland. The handful of Edinburgh-trained physicians in America developed very successful practices, with the wealthiest city dwellers for their clients and lucrative consulting practices. By 1800, only about 100 American physicians had attended medical courses at Edinburgh, and only 3 American medical programs at Pennsylvania, Harvard, and Dartmouth were offering lectures to supplement the apprenticeship. The graduates of these institutions formed a medical elite, and together with the rank and file apprentice-trained physicians, they formed the self-styled regular profession. We're talking about the history here of the health industry. So at this time, there's really nobody even with a fucking license yet. They're just kind of like forming their own elite group based off of their schooling. But most Americans were probably not getting their medical care from regular physicians. Whereas most of the populace lived in the countryside or small towns, most apprentice-trained doctors and the few medical school graduates lived in the large towns and cities. In Virginia, by 1800, the 11th largest town had only 3% of the state's population, yet 25% of all physicians known to have practice in Virginia during the 18th century lived in those 11 towns. Most Americans, when they were sick, consulted herbal practitioners. If you look up most of these herbs today, they're all demonized. And as soon as you look it up, it's going to be like, yeah, but that'll give you cancer. It's crazy, right? You looking up hawthorn berries and it's like, yeah, but it can give you abdominal cancer too. Like, what? Where'd you get this information from? They don't want you to consider this. Versus the commercials, what I hear the side effects are going to be in your commercials. The side effects in your commercials are crazy, by the way. These empirical healers had no formal training but apprentice mainly with other herbalists. Some of the herbalists were midwives and others were men and women who had experimented with herbs and were known for their abilities to heal the sick. Lay healers were distributed throughout the countryside. They seldom relied on healing for their entire support and charged little for their services. Regular physicians were increasingly plying their art on a full-time basis and charging substantially higher fees, often supported by medical societies published fee bills to place a floor under competing doctors' charges. So, can you blame them? They spend all of this time in these schools, and I mean, to go to Scotland to learn medicine and then to come back, and you have to make a living. That's what you want to do. So you have to charge. However, this is the beginning of a industry that is not. You have competition. You have people who actually know how to walk into the forest and just pick out what they need and to solve the issue. And those people don't even charge that much because they're not doing it full time, right? So you can have a cobbler. If you interrupted him and let him know, he can just drop those shoes where they lay and run out to the field. And you got to run, so let me get you something real quick, whip something up. And then you're like, how much do I owe you? He's like, don't worry about it. That doctor was not doing that. The maldistribution of regular physicians and their higher fees were only two reasons why the regular profession was widely unpopular in the first half of the 19th century. Very much related to their social, economic, and geographic separation from the populace, the orthodox profession's clinical practice was greatly feared by much of the population. Not only did medicine offer little hope for curing disease, but the heroic methods used by regular doctors were unpleasant and often lethal. The lancet was the physician's indispensable tool for nearly every ailment. Benjamin Rush, the most prominent physician in America from the Revolution through the Jefferson's time, urged bleeding for yellow fever, not only in cases where the pulse was full and quick, but where it was slow and tense. When bleeding was not recommended, and even when it was, calomel, chloride of mercury, halop, or other purgative was administered. The violent vomiting and purging that resulted were more detested than even the pus-filled blisters induced as one another formed of the therapy after attacking the body, as well as the disease, with bleeding, blistering, and purging. The physician administered an arsenic tonic to restore the weakened patient's vigor. So, this whole conversation about trusted science has been going on for centuries. My problem with the science community is that they don't like to acknowledge that you use guinea pigs. You use people as guinea pigs. You guys don't always know. You just want to fool people into thinking you always know, but people are not stupid. They're like, wait a minute, we've been used as cannon fodder. We've been used as dummies for you to learn. And say, okay, this is how you do it. We lost like 5 people last week. Let's not try that again. Let's try something different. And then you come out to the public. Listen, you guys got to trust the science, right? And arrogant too when you say it. Against this distasteful and frequently disastrous treatment by regular physicians, the empirical herbalists' mild treatments were pleasanter and at the very least did not interfere with natural rates of recovery. Their mild emetics and stimulants seem closer to nature than the regular's profuse bloodletting and harsh purges. Still experiencing competition from the empirically grounded herbalists, regular physicians resorted to ever larger doses of their therapies through the first half of the 19th century, believing that any desired change in a patient's gross symptoms was to the good and seeking to distinguish their art from the lay practice. Regular doctors bled their patients more profusely and doubled and tripled their doses of chamomile and halop. That sounds like something they would do. So basically it's saying any change was a significant enough argument to say, hey, what we're doing has an effect. It does. We never said what type of effect it has. It definitely has an effect. It is, in our opinion, a negative one. So doubling down on something you have no idea what you're doing does not make it better. And this is history, by the way. And might I remind you, not a so long ago history. We're talking about the 1800s. Right? That's not a long time ago. Wi-Fi was created in the 1800s. They only told you about it in the late 1900s. Late. Nikola Tesla had Wi-Fi in the late 1800s. He's in Central Park with a remote control boat. They like to use legacy technology because they can reuse this, keep reusing it because they can keep getting money off of this. So that what it does is it suppresses our evolution as people. See where we're at. The maldistribution of regular physicians. Sorry. Not only did medicine offer little hope. Oh, I read that. Purchase blood. Okay. I read believing. Yep, I read that. Regular doctors, triple doses. Okay. I'm way down here. The profession's heroic therapy became the focus of increasingly bitter and widespread attacks. Thomas Jefferson called them an inexperienced and presumptuous band of medical tyros let loose upon the world. These people are still here. They never went anywhere. They just regroup and rebrand themselves. But clearly, if Thomas Jefferson described these people like that, and today you can't watch one show without these ridiculous commercials, it tries to trick your brain. You see people in parks holding hands, having fun, and the whole time what you're hearing is, could be death. Your butt is going to bleed. Your ears and your eyes. It's the side effects are crazy. But your brain doesn't really know how to comprehend what it's saying seriously because there's butterflies on the screen. Diddley says, "You're not a victim, grow up." Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? What? Thomas Jefferson called them blah, 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 up and over. Okay. By the middle of the century, cholera victims were given an even chance of being done in by the disease or by the doctor. The profession's fearsome and futile methods reduce public confidence in regular doctors and an all-time low. Leading local and regional members of the profession tried many methods of increasing public confidence in doctors and reducing competition, which would be the herbalist. At various times during the 19th century, they sought licensing Hello? They got a FEMA program. I'm going to go over there and check it out. They said a FEMA program was set up. Anybody see my reading glasses? I'm trying to think. Where the hell did I leave those puppies at? Alright, let's keep going. If my daughter comes upstairs, I'll tell her to find my reading glasses. Leading local and regional members of the profession tried many methods of increasing public confidence in doctors and reducing competition. At various times during the 19th century, they sought licensing laws. Okay, now we're getting to the nitty-gritty of how this converted over into you had to have a doctor's license and all this other stuff. They sought licensing laws, formed new medical sects, started medical schools, and issued diplomas. Organized state and national medical societies, demanded medical school reforms, and adopted codes of ethics, all with little or no improvement in the technical effectiveness, credibility with the public, or their own statutes and fortunes. And I could pretty much say nothing has changed. The efficacy is still subpar. All these people really wanted was some return on their investment. They wanted ROI for them going to school. So it did not make sense for me to go to school, spend all this time in school, and then I come out and everyone's going to herbalist. Well, nobody told you to go to school and pay for these colleges and universities if you already knew that's what this, I don't even know if we want to call it an industry, but this opportunity or profession of being a doctor, like that's part of it. You know? Let's keep going. This section is titled licensing. Despite the antipathy of much of the populace, regular doctors at the end of the 18th century persuaded fellow gentlemen in the state legislatures to pass medical licensing laws to restrict or prohibit practice by herbal healers. Licensure bestowed exclusively on regular physicians the right to sue for fees. The legally sanctioned economic privilege did not provide the regular profession with an economic monopoly, but it did set them apart from and above the lay healers and most Americans. In addition to the public's lack of confidence in regular physicians' clinical methods, populists in the Jacksonian era articulated their opposition to any form of class privilege. By 1850, medical licensing laws were repealed in nearly every state through the efforts of the popular health movement. So what they're saying is, Thomas Jackson came through or Jefferson, not Jackson. Thomas Jackson sounds black though. Thomas Jefferson. And I don't think he was no, that has to be a different person, because Thomas Jefferson wasn't on board with this because he called them inexperienced and presumptuous band of medical tyros let loose upon the world. So these are not the same people. Andrew Jackson. I think that was his friend. Anyway, they called this the Jacksonian era. They were not on board. So it looks like they shut down any of the medical licensing laws. They were repealed in nearly every state through the efforts of popular health movement, a loose populist movement of lay healers, herbal practitioners, artisans, farmers, and working people who fought to remove the legal sanctions that protected the privileged position of physicians. That's a great way to use your power as people, because can't nothing happen without you guys. And when you see that these capitalists, they're having these secret backroom meetings, you guys have to band together. See, that's the difference. One guy can have a company where, yeah, he hires a lot of people in that area. However, the people can come together and outnumber not only his employees, but they can really show this senator and what other congressman that participates in legislation. Listen, we just won't vote you back in the next time. How do you like those apples, right? Yeah, he's going to give you some money under the table. But you better enjoy it, because you're never going to get in office again. And we're going to see to that. And that is how we should have been using our power. Right now, it's very confusing. You know who uses that tactic? AIPAC. Right? AIPAC uses that, well, and they can't even guarantee that the person won't get back in office. But what they can guarantee is you won't get any of our money again, right? So we're going to give you money. And this is why, if you ask me, we have a bunch of confused politicians who don't know where their loyalties really lie. Maybe it should be illegal again to take money from foreign entities, right? Maybe there should be a committee that looks that when someone wants to give you money, before it gets to your account, maybe it's funneled through another agency to see where this money is coming from first of all. Right? Our entire system has to be rebuilt, especially after this display of treasonous behavior on the behalf of our senators and our Congress people and our overall government. Not just the senators, not just the Congress, right? Our Secretary of Defense has some weird allegiance to a state the size of New Jersey and the Levant. Our president seems to be at the mercy of this same state. Why? Well, we know that he took money from some people that live over there. And if there was something in place that would have stopped that would have been great. But now he's compromised. And we all have our own theories of what this could be. Is it a picture of him giving Bubba a BJ? We don't know. We don't. However, he took Mrs. Adelson's money and they required certain things that came along with him receiving that money. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Between me and you, I'm going to be on more often during the week. Don't pay attention to any of the videos I have up there, just the lives. If you're an intellectual, you are only concerned with my lives, not the other stuff I'm talking about. Medical sex in medical schools. Don't worry, we're going to get to Senator Robert Johnson in a second. But this is an education that you must have. We don't have this education, and I don't get a chance to do this quite often. I can't do it during the week because you're on your way to work, and then I see when you get to work because everybody signs out, and I'm like, oh, they all got to work. So I guess it's my time to leave. Today's Sunday, right? Go grab a hard seltzer, turn me up, and just sit back and listen, baby. This section is titled Medical Sex in Medical Schools. The humiliated profession was badly divided. Many physicians, critical of heroic medicine, were attracted to the pleasanter, new professional sex, such as, I can never pronounce this word, homeopathy and eclecticism, that were growing in popularity. These sects built their materia? I never heard that word. These sects built their materia medica around herbal drugs or some distinctive technology or procedure, each adding elements that enable them to claim the necessity of extended study in their field. All right. Homeopathy, as formulated by its founder, Samuel Hahnemann, a German physician, was based on the widely accepted medical view that the symptoms of a disease constitute the disease itself, and a corollary that eliminating the symptoms constitutes a cure. Hahnemann found that some drugs produce the same symptoms in a healthy person that has caused the illness that they eliminated in a sick person whom they cured. For example, he found that Senecio bark, at the time used to relieve symptoms of malaria, produced a malarial symptoms in healthy person. From these observations, he developed what he called the law of similia similibus curantur. I think that's Latin. I don't know why he called it that. Anyway, I believe that means or like cures like. Hahnemann also maintained that diluting the dosage of a drug down to 1/10,000th or 1/1,000,000th of original strength increased the drug's potency. That's what he claims. I don't know the validity of what he's saying, but that's what he claims. Competition between the sects and the lack of decisive public support for any one of them left none of the sects in a position to establish control through licensing. The orthodox profession and the other sects turned to medical education and degrees as a method of recruiting and certifying new physicians in their ranks and uplifting the professional medical schools proliferated throughout the country. And some 400 were founded between 1800 and 1900. Local physicians organized schools to supplement their practices with lecture fees paid by medical students and through the graduates to fatten their incomes with increased consultations. At a time when physicians considered $1,000 to $2,000 a year a good income, the average part-time medical school faculty member earned more than $5,000 annually from student fees and private practice, while more enterprising and popular colleagues earned at least $10,000. Like hundreds of general colleges started before the Civil War by rival Protestant sects and political groups, many medical schools were started by rival medical sects to improve then competitive position vis-a-vis other sects. I don't know why they wrote it like that. Some fancy English, vis-a-vis. The Orthodox profession controlled by the largest number of schools. Let me read that sentence again. The Orthodox profession controlled by far the largest number of schools. The Orthodox profession. All right. The proliferation of medical schools in the 1800s assured the dominance of diploma-carrying regular doctors over lay healers. So now they're systematically pushing out lay healers. It's not happening at one time, but they're getting it done, slowly but surely. The proliferation of medical schools in the 1800s assured the dominance of diploma-carrying regular doctors over lay healers and physicians of other sects. By 1860, regular physicians outnumbered other sectarian doctors 10-1. There you go. The inexpensive and widely dispersed medical colleges encouraged large numbers of young men and some women to attempt careers in medicine. So it's kind of like if you build it, they will come type of thing. But you have to, they have to jump over the hurdles of payment and all these other things. So can you get them in? And so that's why I think a lot of these associations just started to flip the bill. Graduates, many of them from yeoman farming and working class families, filled the cities, towns, and countrysides of America. Aubrey,
Yeah.
can you look at my top drawer to see if my glasses are in it? My reading glasses? Oh, you have any reading glasses? Didn't you buy reading glasses just now?
They're on my desk in my drawer.
Can you you don't have to look long, but I got some reading glasses in this drawer there, the top drawer. Yeah, see if any are in there. If you can't find any, don't worry about it. And we were sorry. Okay. The sectarian doctor was the greatest foe to the medical profession, argued the dean of Tulane University Medical Department, because he was an obstacle to the financial success of the respectable medical practitioner. As the number of physicians increased, organized doctors became increasingly worried. You found some?
I don't have use for them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, are they? They're not. No. Thank you, though.
I'll go look for the. Are they in the one by the side of your bed?
They could be over there.
I'll go check.
But you don't gotta spend a lot of time. It's okay. Thank you. Well, I'll read this again because I forgot where I was at. As the number of physicians increased, organized doctors became increasingly worried. It was clear to all physicians that producing a lot of doctors would lower rather than to raise the status and incomes of the profession as a whole. Okay, let's talk about that. This is what happened in the 1920s, I believe, during the Grapes of Wrath, right? All the farmers, first you encourage everybody to do something. Then when there's too many there's too many farmers growing crops. Now you have to do something, so you ask them, please, hey, stop growing crops. And what you do is you subsidize the farmers and you pay for them not to grow crops.
Oh, no, these are them.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, these might be. Are these brown? Who knows? Let me see what's going on. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, yeah. Those will work. Oh, hell yeah. I think. All right. So we have the same thing here where too many people started to become doctors now, and now they're trying to find a way to gatekeep, which always is I see this all the time in every industry, right? COVID happened. People had more time on their hands. I had time on my hands just like you guys, and I started a trucking company. Went to trucking school, and they asked me in trucking school, yo, what are you going to do when you get, who are you going to work for? You going to work for Werner? No. Why would I do that? Who are you going to work for? Myself. Can't do that. Okay, watch me. All right, we'll just ask you in a couple of days, but you got to choose somebody you're going to work for. Right. I graduate. Okay, who you going to work for? Bro, I told you I'm going to work for myself. Now, hindsight, it wasn't the best idea. Actually, it was not a good idea at all. Because there was a bunch of things I did not know. I didn't even know how to move my tandems. Like, I'm out there free balling, like really, with no experience. And it could have did me good to go work for somebody else first. However, I've quickly noticed that you can make a lot of money doing this. And the United States did not want that many people realizing it. Not the amount, in my opinion, not the people that were getting involved. And there were a lot of black people getting involved, owning their own company, getting dispatching companies. And I just seen a shift happen in that industry, right? Where they had to do some auto correcting real quick. When me and my wife got our first contract for a haul we did for $2,000, but I was able to get that haul done in one day. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, there's people out here making $2,000 a day? It just seemed crazy to me. It just seemed crazy. I was like, nah, bro. And then it happened again. And I'm like, yo. Because she would find, I made her at that time the dispatcher. And that was another thing I had to learn, how to work together and not work, put some trust. At first, she was not my dispatcher. But I'm like, I can't do all of this by myself. I can't drive and plan my trips, and I'm paying. I'm doing everything, and I should not do that. I should just get where I'm getting and go to bed and wake up and you tell me where I'm at. And she started doing that, and we couldn't believe it. We was like, wait, we're making like $2,000 a day. And I was like, shit, that's crazy. Crazy to some, but regular to others, because they had been doing it. But guess what? If everybody starts doing it, then it drives down the price of the contract. And that is exactly what happened. But it didn't happen for Americans. It happened for, now this is what I call treasonous. How do you even allow? They call it non-domicile drivers. How do you allow them to people who are not citizens, companies that are not, these drivers aren't from here. They're from another country. And they come over in droves because you let these people come over here and work. They're not citizens. Again, they're not citizens. You let them come over through the HB1 program and take jobs of Americans. How is that America first? And that was done under the Biden administration. And I'm not here to have a conversation about left wing and right wing, because I believe they're two wings on the same bird. So in my opinion, treasonous acts are treasonous acts. We have to prioritize the American citizen first. This it's not a hard logic. This is not rocket science. Not only did that, do you guys want to know what's interesting? So I have my own trucking company, but I also have a master's degree in information systems, and I've worked in the IT business for close to 15 years. From everything from a desktop admin all the way to a cognitive engineer working on AI and MML. I started to see more people from India, and I don't have a problem with Indian people. I've definitely worked on teams with many Indians, and what I'm saying has nothing to do with that. But when I seen the amount of people that, again, they weren't from this country, and they're coming over here getting jobs, this was a big slap in the face, because we were being told by our politicians at the time that we don't have enough talent over here. And I'm like, are you crazy? There's something else going on, and it's not about the talent. Because not only have I worked in these higher ed universities, but I went to a higher ed. I see the talent that's here. They're here. These people are smart. I'm talking about smart, Jack. I was in school with some smart people. And I was really offended by that. Him saying that the talent is not here, and none of what these people, the rhetoric they say, makes sense. Trump said we need hundreds of thousands of Chinese students. You can let me know in the comments. Does that make sense to you? Why wouldn't you inspire the citizens? Why wouldn't you inspire us? If you're going to subsidize something, subsidize the investment like India did into our youth being educated and becoming professionals in something. Because here's the thing, either they want to do it and they're going to do it, or they're just not going to do it. But India invested in their people, and boy, was there a return on that investment. Because then now the world is reaching out to them, because they are the masters of SQL and project management, because they understand the designs and how to build systems. America did not invest the same attention and time and money into our own. We actually turned our backs. Our politicians turned their backs on what was happening at home. They turned their backs, and they started to put more interest into foreign aid and foreign policy. And that's what happened. I'm going to read a little bit more. Raising medical school standards and thereby reducing their enrollment, medical reformers believed would simultaneously win public confidence in medical practice and reduce the output of doctors. The problem they faced was how to control the independent and proprietary medical schools. Local and state medical societies representing the practitioners fought with medical schools in their areas. In 1847, the societies banded together to form the American Medical Association, the AMA. I'm glad you guys are here listening with me today. I like learning and I like having intellectual conversation. So you're making my day, believe it or not. At the founding convention, leading practitioners passed resolutions that sought to raise requirements for the preliminary education prior to admission to the medical school. Okay, gatekeeping 101. Right? Just when you got grandfathered in, now they require everyone, and they did the same thing in trucking. And I'm just giving you an idea. When I got my license, that was the last of you getting your license in like 11 days, 10 days. Everything after that, now when you go get your CDL, it takes months to get now. But guess what? In 2 generations, no one's going to remember that. But it doesn't matter because AI is coming in anyway, and there will be no 2 generations of people driving trucks. So that doesn't even matter anymore. But what I'm saying is we often forget the history of something, right? So what they did to slow down the truck drivers was they changed how you can get your CDL. So instead of it, you go in and you have the money, you get a tax return, and you're like, you know what? I'm just going to go get my CDL, spend the whole wad on that. Nah, I don't work like that no more, Playboy. Now you got to wait months. And then that's going to discourage you. And you're going to be like, I don't want to do it. And that's what they wanted. They wanted to gatekeep you. And it's no different here. Right? So the more and more people that started to go to school, and they're like, yo, I'm going to be a doctor. And they're like, wait a minute, there's too many doctors out here, man. What are we going to do? So in 1847, the societies banded together to form the American Medical Association. At the founding convention, leading practitioners passed resolution that sought to raise the requirements for preliminary education prior to the admission to the medical school. So few Americans had the requisite education at the time that enforcement of these standards, according to historian Wilhelm Rothstein, would have closed down practically every medical school in the country and would have depleted the ranks of formally educated physicians in a few years. From its founding onward, the AMA was hostile to the interests of proprietary medical colleges and their faculties. The practitioners wanted to reduce the output of medical schools in order to reduce competition within the profession, while the medical faculties opposed any attempted reforms because of their interest in maximizing their lecture fees and future consultant fees. This seems to have always been about money and not nearly as much as health. You understand? This is about a good living. How do we make a good living? Which is what got us in this problem that we're going to hear from Senator Johnson in a second. Because it's about money. Sadly. Cannon fodder. Unfortunately for the practitioners, the reform leadership mistakenly thought that including medical schools in the new national organization would allow the medical societies to control them. This strategic mistake immobilized the AME as the vanguard of practitioners' interests until 1874, when medical college voting rights in the association was abolished. Well, There you go. I got to get this video playing. Maybe we can come back and start that again tomorrow. But I actually have to help my daughter with her homework, so we got to move this live along. Right? We got to move this live along. Shout out to Observing the Facts. He's in the building. Let's go. Senator Johnson, take us away.
In April, the subcommittee held a hearing and released a report exposing how top FDA officials decided to use a safety surveillance algorithm that they knew would, and in fact did, hide safety signals on extremely serious adverse events, including sudden death.
Yo, it's not funny. It's not. I laugh sometimes at the things we humans do. And it's always for money. Like, why would you do that? Why would you mute the signals that lets us know when hazards are at a high, not only when approaching detriment, but also once detriment has hit, you don't want that data to be seen. Who does that outside of mass murderers? That's crazy.
This was a bombshell revelation that unfortunately was dismissed by this subcommittee's ranking member and completely ignored by the legacy media. Since 1997, when the Clinton administration made America only the second nation on earth to allow mass media advertising on pharmaceutical products, Big Pharma has spent billions on TV ads to capture the media and, as a result, the narrative. Prior to 1997, there was serious journalism covering suspected vaccine injuries. In 1997, Mike Wallace reported on CBS's 60 Minutes about swine flu vaccine injuries. By the way, they pulled the swine flu vaccine after about 25 to 30 deaths and 400 to 500 cases of Guillain-Barré disease. They pulled it. 25 to 30 deaths. We have over 39,000 deaths right now associated with the COVID injection worldwide from the VAERS vaccine, but I'll move on.
Yeah, do remember when 40,000 records were deleted from VAERS. What could we do, right? What could we do but complain? But I just want you guys to know, I like rehashing. The name of my show is Society, Past, Present, Future. Let me tell you something about the past. It never lets me down. It never lets me down. I'm always flabbergasted when the things are declassified, when things come to light, and it's like, wait, what? Okay, now I use the past to let us know why we're here, why we're dropping dead of turbo cancers, because you told us not to question science. And Senator, when you question me, you got some science. Who the fuck is science? I'm gonna question both of you. I don't give a fuck about you or science. All I know is what you're doing is wrong. When you question me, you question as if science was some mythical god with a big white beard looking around like, hey, he's right. He's right. Watch it. I'm here. Yeah, you see, Senator? Now you pissed off science. Be easy.
In 1982, WRC TV's Leah Thompson reported on the findings of their more than year-long investigation into the safety and effectiveness of the pertussis component of the DPT vaccine. In 1985, Phil Donahue discussed both the swine flu and DPT vaccines and related injuries during his hour-long show. Since 1997, there have been a few reports on hepatitis B, MMR, HPV vaccine safety, but the, quote, safe and effective, unquote, mantra, combined with the narrative that adverse effects are, quote, rare and generally mild, unquote, has overwhelmed any coverage of the harms. Legacy media is not the only American institution that has been captured and controlled. Big Pharma also hires and financially awards former Federal Health Agency officials and spends lavishly on lobbying and political donations to lawmakers of both parties. It generously funds other members of the COVID cartel, social media, medical associations like the American Medical Association and the American Association of
Let me tell you something. I didn't even finish reading about the American Medical Association's antics. Right? We didn't even finish. There's a whole chapter on code of ethics. They kept on pushing. I just had to stop because I got to go over homework with this little girl in there. You know what? Tomorrow, I'm gonna come back and we're gonna start from medicine as a science. Medicine as a science. That's a whole section in here. By the way, this is Rockefeller Medicine Men. Medicine and Capitalism in America. Rockefeller Medicine Men, Medicine and Capitalism in America. If you have an Audible account, I have the first part of this book on Audible. It's called Rockefeller Medicine Men, Wholesale Philanthropy. That's what it's called. Now, let me just give you a little taste here what this is about. It says medicine as science. Medical research was flourishing in Germany and France during the 19th century. And even in the United States, biologists and physicians made their contributions. In 1818, Valentine Mott, a New York physician, was among the first to attempt major arterial surgery near the heart. Other Americans also attempted new surgical procedures, while some physicians contributed new understandings to internal medicine. The New York Academy of Medicine, founded in 1847, and the Pathological Society in Philadelphia promoted discussion of medical research and science. Few of the findings and developments in medical research were directly useful in improving medical practice. It is doubtful that many patients survived the new surgical techniques in absence of aesthetic practices. Kenny Mack was good with you. Shout out to the DMV. DC is in the house. While the differentiation, I'm going to get this right. While the differentiation, there we go, of diseases made observation more precise, the usual heroic treatments were just as likely to do the patient in as before. You know, the same treatments, bloodletting and the ridiculous antics that they had, that they could not prove its efficacy. So it was no more than modern debauchery and butchery and tomfoolery and all the above. Beginning in mid-century, medical research in Europe started producing more applicable findings. In 1858, Rudolf Virchow unveiled a general concept of disease based on the cellular structure of the body. From the findings of cell physiology, anatomy, and pathology, Pasteur, Koch, and other medical researchers developed new concepts and applications of bacteriology. In the last quarter of the century, specialized German laboratories began to replace the more generalist botanists and biologists and physicians. Their findings gave medical science a more reductionist and technically more effective turn. Not for nothing. It sounds like science the real science that they might have been involved in. I'm not sure. It sounds like what we were involved in was more guessing and wishful prayers. Right? It sounded primitive compared to what the Germans had going on. Maybe that's why we brought back over 1,000 scientists during Operation Paperclip and gave these Nazi scientists new homes and new life in exchange for their knowledge. Maybe. What do I know? Changes in American medical practice reflected the gradual acceptance of recent developments in Europe. Starting in the 1870s, American physicians flocked to the famous laboratories of German and Austrian universities for a year or more of study. If they were ambitious and could afford the expense of travel and living abroad without income, between 1870 and the outbreak of the World War I in 1914, about 15,000 American physicians studied medicine in Germany alone. Wow. While most American doctors who studied in Europe returned to develop lucrative private practices, a few put their main energies into developing laboratory medical sciences in the United States. Carl Ludwig Physiology Institute in Leipzig produced several luminaries of American infant medical science. Henry Pickering Bowditch, one of Ludwig's pupils, founded the country's first experimental physiology department at Harvard University in 1871. William Henry Welch, another of Ludwig's pupils, started America's first pathology laboratory at Bellevue Hospital, a medical school, in 1878. 15 years later, American medical science came of age with the opening of Johns Hopkins Medical School, modeled after the German university medical schools with a heavy emphasis on research in the basic medical sciences. At Hopkins, for the first time in the United States, the laboratory science faculty were to be full-time teachers and researchers, supported by salaries adequate to live on and unencumbered by the distractions of private practice. Virtually the entire Hopkins faculty was trained in Germany. Hopkins and then Harvard, Yale, and Pennsylvania became the indigenous producers of scientific medical faculty. As scientific medicine gained increasing acceptance, medical schools throughout the country vied for Hopkins graduates to add gleam to their lackluster local faculties. Medical practice likewise began to change with the increased acceptance of medical science. Physicians began introducing into their work those scientific medical practices that were uncomplicated and accepted to their patients, and at least seemed effective in reducing suffering in ameliorating, I'm probably not saying that right, the symptoms of disease. The use of bleeding and chamomile began to fall off in the 1870s, though many physicians continued to use them on a more limited basis as late as the 1920s. That's crazy. Physicians who had the money to take an extra year of study in Europe were able to build more prestigious practices than the ordinary American trained doctor. Usually, they would take themselves out of direct competition with the majority of physicians by specializing in gynecology, surgery, ophthalmology, or one of the other new branches of medicine. They quickly formed a new elite in the profession with reputations that brought the middle and wealthy classes to their doors. Makes sense? As the basic of scientific medicine spread out to include more practitioners, the peaks of elite physicians rose even higher. They quickly found that scientific medicine, and that is in quotes, scientific medicine. They quickly found that scientific medicine not only seemed more effective than the heroics of old, it was also far more profitable. So we're talking about the late 1800s where they started to realize, now there's some money here, Jack. And the term is scientific medicine. Professional leaders had tried numerous ways of uplifting the profession during the 19th century, but none of them had succeeded. It was medical science that provided the key to professional reform. Medical research yielded new tools of understanding and held out the hope of more effective techniques of prevention and treatment than orthodox medicine offered. But scientific medicine was utilized by professional leaders beyond merely increasing the technical effectiveness of their practice. It became as well the ideology of professionalization, used to gain support from the dominant groups associated with industrial capitalism. It's all about money. To cement the complete dominance of healthcare by the medical profession and to raise the incomes and the statuses of the physicians as a group. The obvious advantages to the profession notwithstanding, scientific medicine contained within its seeds of ultimate destruction for the profession. The remainder of this chapter and the rest of the study will examine how the dialectic played itself out. The benefits of the profession derive from the adoption of scientific medicine. The contradictions inherent in this historical process that begin to undermine the position of the medical profession and the new forces and contradictions that are now emerging. So, tomorrow morning we will start at gaining public confidence. Yo, A Anthology, what's going on, player? I see you. You over here learning, huh? Okay. We got some people from the dark side over here learning. I separate the content. So I usually keep that tomfoolery with the videos. But if you're ever interested in joining the intellectuals, we over here on the lives in the morning, player. So get in where you fit in.
Nutritionists, international health organizations, medical colleges, and medical journals. The testimony of today's hearing raises the question of whether Big Pharma might also be funding individuals who troll scientific research that runs counter to its goals and narratives.
If you notice, now that we're reading the history, the past, now we start to understand their language, right? So when they throwing out scientific, these terms aren't new. These actually are the terms that actually changed and opened the doors for monetization to reach new levels within the industry. They were missing something, and it was the scientific part that they was missing. And then ever since they found that, they've never detached from it. They never swayed from it. It's like, Senator, you question me. You question science.
It should come as no surprise, therefore, that during the pandemic, treatment alternatives using cheap and safe generic drugs were not only suppressed, but actively sabotaged in favor of reliability-free and highly profitable experimental gene therapy, and that's what it is. The fact that all...
Be careful of the term gene therapy. Gene... What is the other term they use? It begins with an I. Anyway, there's gene therapy, there's gene silencing. There's another one. They have like 3 words that are really synonymous with each other, but they use them interchangeably when they feel like it. And what it is, in my opinion, because I'm not about to get in here and be arguing with no dogmatic science villain. They alter your DNA in some way or the other. Genetic engineering. Thank you, Uncle Andy. It's genetic engineering. No matter what medical jargon in terms of... Wait. When did you get back, Uncle Andy? I thought you left, bro. He's here. Like Michael Wilbur left. Thank you, Uncle Andy. We've been going over all these things on this channel. So, if you're asking yourself, I've never seen... Yeah, we've been talking for like years since I started about how Bill Gates invested in Monsanto. They had a monopoly on seeds, but then they had proprietary seeds that basically did genetic... Would I use that same phrase? Genetic engineering on the seeds? There was another... Bill Gates even went deeper. There's another company called Appeal. APEEL. What they had got going on, I could pull up the slides. I just don't feel like doing all of that right now. But that they created some type of I told you before he got into foods. The way he promoted Appeal was that, hey, it's a covering on the fruit to keep it preserved longer. I'm not going to say that's not true, because I don't know that not to be true. I know it was more to the story than that as I looked into it. And it had the ability to alter and change the genetics of certain bugs. Right? There was a spray that they had put on these fruits. That same spray had the ability to silence the reproductive mechanisms of that bug. So when they ate it, the thing started to silence their reproductive mechanisms. My question was like, yo, if it could do that to a bug, why couldn't y'all program it to do that to a human being if you wanted to? And how do we know that you're not doing that? I don't think we have to understand everything. I think that comes progressively. I think the main thing is to understand, start being introduced to the key terms like scientific medicine. That's the first thing. And then to know that that history doesn't go back just a couple of decades. It actually goes back to a whole nother century, to the 1800s, when they started to really practice and decide to push scientific medicine. It's going back to the 1800s.
All the institutions that benefit from Big Pharma's largesse actively push the experimental gene therapy is also the reason they are now working so hard to suppress the reality of COVID mRNA injection injuries. Testimony given in April's hearing detailed the safety studies that were not done on the COVID injections prior to their emergency use authorization and eventual full approval. This list of omitted studies should shock everyone. Again, these were just in testimony. Drug-drug interactions, cardiovascular toxicity, central nervous system toxicity, other organ toxicity, blood toxicity, genotoxicity, and carcinogenicity. Those studies weren't conducted. I'm not sure they've been conducted even today. Because it's approved, now we just don't want to know. Although legacy media, federal health officials, and the medical establishment continue to ignore and hide the lies told and the harms done by governments in response to the coronavirus, alternate media has been spreading the truth to a growing percentage of the global public. As a result, trust in these institutions is eroding. The only way to rebuild that lost trust is for the truth to be acknowledged in a process of public reckoning.
So, Godman, and we have 2 minutes left, so I'm going to leave soon because I got to go help my baby with homework. Godman says, yeah, they have. So, not to be argumentative, that's not the tone I want to take, but I do want to say something. When they talk about these clinical trials, the wording is misleading. So what I found out about the COVID-19 vaccination, no, it wasn't the COVID-19 actually. It was, we're going to go back to a dark topic, which is one of the other inoculations that they said was causing autism. But they never wanted to do a test amongst the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. And I felt like, how can you do a test? And why are you calling this clinical trial? Like, these words are so misleading. Because I would assume if it is a clinical trial, right, then you would automatically test the efficacy of something against the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. But that's not what they were doing. And I believe they didn't want to do that because the answer would have been very clear, but we're talking about money. So they're going to move the goalposts, and that's why I say you just can't willy-nilly trust the science community, because if the science community is, the authority is a collective of scientists together, but all of these people are still human and they all have a price, right? So what is stopping people from just paying these people money to say what they want heard, to have this echo chamber happen? So maybe God mind, I don't know, when he says these tests didn't happen, maybe he means transparent tests, and he's not saying that right now. And I don't want to speak for him because I have to go. I've done my 4 hours up here. I can't do anymore. All right. So with that being said, I really do appreciate everybody coming over. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. I see I got about 24 new subscribers. Y'all might as well I just need 4 more subscribers. 4 more. If you haven't subscribed, I need 4 more subscribers. Try to end this day on an even day. But other than that, I do appreciate y'all. Just to explain my channel one more time, because it can be confusing. Most of my videos that you see up there are urban topics. Just in case you like to get down and raunchy in some urban conversations every now and then. But if you look at my lives, if you just went through my live portfolios, most of them are going to be intellectually pleasing. I do gaslight a bit. I know what I'm not supposed to say. I say it anyway. That's just to get your blood levels up. But in all actuality, I don't really have hate for anybody. I don't stand with Israel, so there's that. I think what they're doing is genocide. There's that. So you decide if you want to subscribe to me or not. Other than that, let me go start this homework with my daughter. Eat some food. I see you guys tomorrow, 8:30 in the morning. I don't know what I'm going to talk about yet, but should be interesting. We didn't even get to all the topics of today. So we went over the COVID, some of the COVID hearings. I might bring this back up, but we didn't go over the MK Ultra hearings at all. So I do want to go over the MK Ultra hearings. Maybe I'll go over some of the technology that Bill Gates has that they spoke about in the they mentioned it. It was some technology that was mentioned about technology that could communicate with the brainwaves. We spoke about all of these things over here on this channel, but back when I was talking, they like to call me a conspiracy theorist. And then turns out I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I've just tapped into the Akashic records, and the things that I'm saying are actually manifesting. But let's not act like I'm some guru where I just get all the information from thin air. No, I read books, as you can see. I just read books. Thank you. Mildred. Shout out to Mildred. She said we gave you 1 subscription, 3 more to go. I am a handful, Mildred. I am a handful. So if you unsubscribe later, I don't blame you. But I'm going to try not to make that happen. All right? What are you doing? Who are you talking to in there? Your game? Gabriel? He's playing a game? What y'all playing? Okay. Huh? When you want to do the homework? Tomorrow. I'm doing it tomorrow. Oh. I said, when you want to do the homework?
Well, I'm not going into that.
All right. She said it's okay? Yeah. All right. So my daughter's calling my wife. Oh boy. All right. That's cool. I'm still going to lay down. Okay, and it says critical thinking is the key. Come back and hold an open mind. Yeah, man. Critical thinking is definitely the key. I wish I could have named all those titles in my lives what we were actually talking about. So if you pick a random live, you may learn a lot from that random live. Because most of the time, we're just trying to fool the algorithm. So just pick one random one, and God knows, we're going to, and we go through it. Other than that, I have to start practicing for a debate coming up. From what I hear, I'm supposed to be debating Captain Tazariak. I know, from what I hear, people have a lot of respect for him. I see him on all these podcasts, but for some reason, I'm not fazed. I don't think. There's a lot of people telling me, he's going to smash you. I don't know. There's a lot I don't say. Like, who am I going to say it to? I don't know. I think it's going to be a good debate. I think I'm going to win. If I start practicing now, I gotta start studying. I forget so much stuff. You understand? All right. That being said, you guys go ahead and enjoy your day, and I see you tomorrow morning. Peace out. Hold up. I was about to leave, and I came in with music, and you know what? I'll leave with music. How about those apples there? If you don't know, let me get my jazz album. Any of you guys into funk and jazz? I got a jazz album that I want you to listen to. You can listen to it without purchasing it, actually. Let me put this in the chat. First of all, alright, here's my jazz album. It's a funk and jazz album, if I'm being. Alright, that's my jazz album. Listen to that. It's like 25 joints on there. I think it's dope. I think it's hot. I came in with music, I'll leave with music. One of my favorite melodies on here is Dreams of a Sinner. I'm not going to play that yet. I'm going to play it, but we're going to end with that. So I'm either going to play Haku's Sunrise,
What's free to me is free to be exactly me, to say out loud just what I think. That's free to me. I'm free to dream. It brings relief and peace in me. That's free to me. That's free to me. Cause honesty, the inner deep
It's off my new jazz album. It's called Funk and Love. This song is Yes, I Found Love on the 5 Train. Alright, that was Yes, I Found Love on the 5 Train. And the last song to leave with, I am going to do Dreams of a Sinner. Thank you for rocking out with your boy.
I pray that the light comes and saves me. Whoa, cause I swear I would take that ride this time to places I've dreamt about lately. Yeah, I got dreams in me to move. I pray that the light comes and saves me. Oh, cause I swear I would take that ride this time to places I've dreamt about lately. I got dreams in me to move. On my mind, I want. On my mind, I want. On my mind, I want for you and me. Yeah. On my mind, I want. On my mind, I want. I pray that the light comes and saves me. Whoa, cause I swear I would take that ride this time to places I've dreamt about lately. Yeah, I got dreams that need to move. Oh, swear I would take that ride this time to places I've dreamed about lately. I got dreams in me to move. On my mind, I want. On my mind, I want. For you and me, yeah. On my mind, I want. 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 For you and me, yeah. On my mind, I want. On my mind, I want. I pray that the light comes and saves me. Whoa, 'cause I swear I would take that ride this time to places I've dreamt about lately. Yeah, I got dreams in me to move. Oh, I pray that the light comes and saves me. Oh, 'cause I swear I would take that ride this time to places I've dreamt about lately. I got dreams in me to move. On my mind, I want. On my mind, I want. For you and me, yeah. On my mind, I want. On my mind, I want. I pray that the light comes and saves me. Oh, 'cause I swear I would take that ride this time to places I've dreamt about lately. Yeah, I got dreams in me to move. Oh, I pray that the light comes and saves me. Oh, 'cause I swear I would take that ride this time to places I've dreamt about lately. I got dreams in me to move.
Hoser says the white supremacist group is just another Jesus. Let's just say paid actor. I don't want to repeat that. Paid actor, political theater, or it's FBI, probably one of the same. That's why they all have the same. Yeah, I agree. It is a psyop. I'm pretty sure of it. It's one of those psyops that it has to, you know. We have, it's only 2026. The 2030 agenda. We still have 3.5 more years. And I don't even think they're close to the sustainable goals. The main sustainable goal that they have to implement is the infrastructure for technology that will provide the consistent, reliable transfer of data. Right? That's the main thing they have to get. This is why you don't have true VR yet. You don't have true VR yet. You don't have true VR because they're not going to introduce something and then they cannot maintain or secure the transfer of that information. You would hate it if you threw in your VR headset and then it was always malfunctioning right? The bandwidth is throttling. The latency is causing disfigurement, and you're like, it's not in 4K. So while they're doing everything to put it, and let's be honest, they're not creating this technology so that you could go around humping virtual women in your VR headset. No, that's one of the things that will keep you distracted. But it goes way deeper than that. Watch this. I don't know what 53 people are still doing here after I said I'm leaving, but watch this. You see, this is what it's about. System using body activity. Cryptocurrency system using body activity. Let me show. You see, this is why they need the system to be reliant. The infrastructure has to be reliant, right? So, if you look at this diagram here, if you look at that diagram, this is you, the person. There's a sensor, right? And then it communicates to the network, like Skynet, servers, and then the crypto system. So, us having, and by the way, this is technology patented by Bill Gates, the same person that's trying to get you to eat some food that he wants you to believe all of a sudden he's an expert in food, right? Applicants, Microsoft Technology Licensing, right? So there are things in play. This is why he's working so hard and feverishly. If you create the problem, then you can provide the solution. This is very simple. Create the problem, provide the solution. But when I go to provide you the solution, I'm going to put a little bit something extra in there. Like Bill Cosby. That you're not going to know about. Now, in my opinion, I cannot say that they tested out and put any graphene in these things. Any old way, it would be under the Trade Act. They are allowed to not tell you everything that's in there, all the ingredients they use. So they don't have to tell you. So if you can't prove it that they put in there, I cannot tell you that they put graphene in there. I can only tell you that graphene is highly conductive. It is thin, it is transparent, it is flexible, stronger than steel and diamond. Who knows? I do know that when I went over everything, when I went over the science, and when I went over technology, without being Nikola Tesla, I can see how they can give you an IP address, even without. They can provide an IP address to you personally, even without a hardware piece to sew into your head and all this other stuff. They don't need that. That's where we're going. But first, they have to get that one thing inside your body that they can communicate with via radio waves or remote control. They have to do that first. I didn't mean to say remote control. Radio waves or let's just say via frequency, like communication through frequencies. They can do it. I've spoken about it on this channel numerous of times. I've probably explained it. I'm just tired and hungry. So, that's my album, Funk and Love. Listen, I don't know what you guys are still doing here if I said I'm leaving, but listen. The United States last October announced that they had miscalculated and announced a certain amount of jobs. Now, if someone says that, you're like, okay, give it to me straight. We're talking 2,000 jobs? 5,000? No. They miscalculated that they had created 911,000 jobs. That's 1 million jobs, right? Now, if you were a part of my channel, I had already been warning my subscribers. They're lying to you because they keep on saying they have these jobs, and then what they would do the very next month is come out with a revision statement and say, "Hey, we were off." But even if I expect us to be competent, it was the disparity that I was looking at. And I was like, wait, you were off by like 70,000, bro. You were off by like 80,000. That's not a mistake. And for you to keep doing this every month, this is not a mistake. And I knew they were setting this up right then and there. I said, oh, they setting this up. Because, let me tell you something. They could not tell you that more and more companies are utilizing robotics, automation. They could not tell you that. Right? And you know what's sad about that? Companies were laying people off and then fighting the insurance. Like they're fighting the unemployment. I don't want to yell fire in a crowded stadium. But what I want to say is now's not the time for dissension because of someone's race. Right? And I get it. I know you're brainwashed because they showed you the black thief, car thief, and the criminal 6 o'clock in the morning and then 6 o'clock at night. Black man made it to every damn news show that ever existed. He's on there. He's on there. In order for me to see white criminals, I gotta watch 2020 and Dateline and shit. Right? But this is more crystallizing the American opinion. This is classic Edward Bernays bullshit I'm telling you about. Don't reject the information I'm giving you because I want you to feel sorry for me. I don't need you to feel sorry for me. I don't have some woe is me syndrome. I'm okay. What I want is us not to fall for the banana in the tailpipe every time they put some type of psyop in front of our face. I want us to think with our brains. It's not the time to fight each other. Let us stay focused. You are not my enemy. I'm not your enemy. I shouldn't be your enemy. So, what they're hoping for is they're going to send 400 white boys to march on the Capitol on July 4th, and then every black content creator is going to start talking about that for 2-3 weeks at a time. Let us not fall for these shallow antics and repetitive tomfoolery shenanigans. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. This is not the season for that. I promise you, just take my advice. That it is the season to remember who is trying to poison our food, who has been putting fluoride in the water without a good scientific reason, telling us, no, it's good for your bones, it's good for the calcium and all that. No, trust me, it's good. Senator, when you question me, you question the science. They've been trying to dull your cognition for decades. The amount of unnecessary ingredients in our foods that doesn't make sense. The pesticides don't make sense. There's plenty of things that don't make sense. And white people, you're not immune to that. You're eating the same foods I'm eating. You're drinking the same water I'm drinking. They're trying to kill you too. Let me tell you something. The type of individuals we dealing with, things could get reversed right now and they wouldn't give a shit. Right now, all white people could be impoverished and all black people could be rich, and they would not give a shit. As long as somebody's at the bottom and somebody's in the middle fighting with each other, that's all they care about. They do not care, really. They're not invested in your color. It's just results. That's it. That's all they're invested in. I told you guys an hour ago I was leaving, and yet you're still here. It's crazy.
It's a beautiful day in the city of angels, walking on the beach with the sand in my sandals. There's a girl smiling at me from the Pacific Ocean. She got that high tide energy. She's something like I've never seen, and I don't ever wanna leave.
My wife hates to see me enjoying myself. She's walking past my office hating. Me and my friends do what we do, man. Huh? Hating. Yeah, sometimes I like to hang out with my hood rat friends and do ratchet shit with my friends, man. Let us be. You're not going to help her with her own work? I am. Anyway, you guys have the link to my jazz album. There it is. Go check it out. It's 25 joints on there. I'm coming out with a gospel album, believe it or not. Now I know what you're thinking. You're like, yo, you don't even have religion. I don't, but it's still coming out with a gospel album. I think I only have 7 songs though, and I want to make it like 10 songs. Should I leave with a gospel song? Should I do it for my new album and all that? Should I do that? Let me see what I got going on here. Workspaces. And let's see. Yeah, I got 8 songs. Alright, this is going to be my last song though. I swear to you. This is really my last songs. I don't know which one to, but man, it's hard. I really do enjoy all of these songs. Hold on, let me see what this one sounds like.
If your heart got lost, you will find it then. One more breath, one more prayer, He meets you there. God loves you still. He loves you. God loves you still. He loves when you fall down low. He won't let you go. God loves you still. He loves you. God loves you still. Dark and the night fall back, hands kept reaching out for the thing you lack, but the chain can't break and the light can't end. There is mercy for the wounded and a way to bend. If you fell again, you can rise again. If your voice is gone, He will hear you then. One more breath, one more prayer, He meets you there. God loves you still. He loves you. God loves you still. By your past, the Father runs when the shadows don't last. Take His hand, take the next small step. Grace is alive and it ain't finished yet.